The mission was supposed to be impossible. 18 P-38 fighter pilots, 435 miles of empty ocean, no landmarks, no radio contact, flying at 50 feet to avoid enemy radar. Their orders: arrive at an exact point, at an exact time, and kill the one man Japan could not afford to lose. The odds of success? 1 in 1,000. But if they pulled it off, they wouldn't just kill an admiral. They'd cut the head off the Japanese Navy. Because their target wasn't just any commander. His name was Isoroku Yamamoto, the architect of Pearl Harbor, the man who brought America into the war, the greatest naval strategist Japan possessed. And the Americans knew his exact schedule down to the minute. How? They'd broken Japan's naval code. They'd intercepted a message listing Yamamoto's inspection tour, departure time, arrival time, aircraft type, number of escorts. Everything. This presented Admiral Chester Nimitz with an impossible choice. Kill Yamamoto and risk exposing the Allies' most valuable intelligence secret. The code-breaking program that was helping win the war. If Japan suspected their codes were broken, they'd change everything. Years of intelligence work gone. Or let him live. Let the architect of Pearl Harbor continue commanding the fleet. The one man who understood America well enough to truly hurt it. The decision went all the way to President Franklin Roosevelt. His answer? 2 words. Get Yamamoto. So on April 18th, 1943, Major John Mitchell led his pilots to their aircraft. They had one shot. 15 minutes over the target. Then they'd be out of fuel. Mitchell told them the mission had 1,000 to 1 odds. What he didn't tell them was this: even if they succeeded, it was only the beginning. Because Yamamoto's death would trigger one of the most brutal campaigns of the Pacific War. A grinding advance through jungle hell that would break entire divisions. A meat grinder that history has forgotten. 37 days to advance 6 miles. 8,000 American casualties. 10,000 Japanese dead. The terrain as deadly as the enemy. This is the story of Operation Vengeance and the Central Solomons campaign that followed. The assassination that changed a war. And the forgotten battle that broke the back of Japan's defensive line. Every fact is true. Every number verified from primary sources. This isn't Hollywood. This is history. To understand how America got the chance to kill Yamamoto, you have to understand what came before. The island that nearly broke both sides. The battle that changed everything. Guadalcanal. For 6 months, American and Japanese forces tore each other apart over a malarial jungle island most people had never heard of. naval battles at night, where ships burned and men drowned. Air combat that turned the sky into a graveyard. Ground fighting so brutal that Marines called the island Hell. By February 1943, Japan had had enough. They weren't going to win Guadalcanal. The question was how to get out without total disaster. The answer was Operation KE, one of the most brilliant evacuations in military history. Over 3 nights in early February, Japanese destroyers raced down the slot. That narrow channel between the Solomon Islands, where so many ships had died. But this time, the destroyers weren't bringing supplies. They were bringing salvation. 17 destroyer runs. 10,000 men evacuated. Right under American noses. Admiral William Halsey, commanding the South Pacific area, suspected something. But his intelligence told him Japan was reinforcing, not evacuating. By the time he realized the truth, the last Japanese soldier was gone. It was a tactical masterpiece. But it was also a confession. Japan had lost its first major battle of the Pacific War. Lost the initiative. Lost control of the Southern Solomons. And the losses went far deeper than one island. 6 aircraft carriers sunk in 1942 alone. Carriers Japan couldn't replace. Destroyers worn down by constant Tokyo Express runs, those desperate nighttime supply missions that cost ships and men. And worst of all, veteran aircrews dying faster than training programs could replace them. The mathematics were brutal. American aircraft on Guadalcanal, 316 operational planes. Another 200 sitting at Espiritu Santo and New Caledonia ready to reinforce. Japanese strength at Rabaul, maybe 150 aircraft on a good day. The ratio was getting worse every week. American factories were producing ships and planes at a rate Japan couldn't match. New Essex-class carriers were joining the fleet. Modern fighters replacing older models. The industrial giant America was waking up. In Tokyo, Imperial General Headquarters reviewed the situation with growing alarm. The numbers didn't lie. The Southern Offensive, that great drive that had conquered Southeast Asia and threatened Australia, was over. On March 25, 1943, they issued a new directive. The language was careful, designed to mask desperation behind military formality. Establish a superior and impregnable strategic position. Translation: hold what you have because we can't give you resources to take more. Japan was going defensive. The directive shifted priorities dramatically. New Guinea became the main theatre. The Imperial Japanese Army would take command of defending the Leh Salamaua area. The Imperial Japanese Navy would assume responsibility for the Solomons and Bismarcks. And here's where it got complicated. The Japanese Army and Navy had been rivals since before the war. They barely coordinated. Sometimes they barely communicated. The directive ordered them to operate as one unit. Nice idea. Reality would prove very different. The defensive line Japan hoped to hold stretched across the Pacific like a fragile chain. In New Guinea, Madang, Wewak, Lae. In the Bismarcks, the fortress of Rabaul with its multiple airfields and protected harbour. In the Solomons, bases running through Bougainville, the Shortlands, Kolumbangara and New Georgia. The key to this entire defensive system in the Solomons was a single airfield. Munda. Munda sat on the western coast of New Georgia Island, roughly 200 miles northwest of Guadalcanal. Its 4,000-foot runway could handle bombers. Japanese aircraft flying from Rabaul, 250 miles northwest, could stop at Munda, refuel in minutes, and extend their combat radius deep into Allied territory. Then return, refuel again, and fly home. For Japan, Munda was a lifeline. For America, it was a dagger pointed at their supply routes. Admiral Halsey and Admiral Chester Nimitz, commanding the Pacific Fleet from Hawaii, immediately began planning the next move. The advance had to continue. Island by island up the Solomons toward Rabaul. Each step would bring American aircraft closer. Each new base would extend their reach. Eventually, they'd strangle Rabaul completely, cutting off over 100,000 Japanese troops. But first, they needed a stepping stone. The Russell Islands, only 50 miles southeast of Munda. Operation Cleanslate launched on February 21st. Major General John Hester's 43rd Division, Marine Raiders, and Naval Construction Battalions, the Seabees, landed expecting a fight. They found empty beaches. The Japanese had already evacuated during the Guadalcanal withdrawal. Within days, American Seabees were carving an airfield out of jungle. PT boats established a base in the lagoon. Another piece moved on the board. Another step north. The Japanese responded with air raids throughout March. Harassment, mostly. A few bombs dropped, a few casualties inflicted, limited damage done. But the raids proved something important. Japan wasn't giving up the Central Solomons without a fight. At Rabaul, Admiral Junichi Kusaka commanded the Southeast Area Fleet. Difficult job. Impossible job, really. He had responsibility for all naval operations in the Bismarcks, Solomons, and eastern New Guinea. But precious few resources to fulfill that mission. The combined fleet, Japan's main battle force with its remaining carriers, stayed at Truk, far to the north. Admiral Yamamoto kept his carriers there, unwilling to risk them in the confined waters around the Solomons. He'd already lost too many. He couldn't afford to lose more. So Kusaka made do with what he had. 200 aircraft of varying types and conditions, many with worn engines and patched airframes. Destroyers exhausted from constant operations. And the hope that strong defensive positions on New Georgia could hold long enough for something to change. Meanwhile, in Washington, the Pacific Military Conference convened on March 12th. Representatives from General Douglas MacArthur's Southwest Pacific Area and Halsey's South Pacific Area presented competing visions. The debates were intense. MacArthur wanted supreme command of everything. The Navy wanted to keep the Solomons under Halsey. Resources remained limited. Europe still had priority for men and materiel. The compromise that emerged was called Operation Cartwheel, a two-pronged advance toward Rabaul. MacArthur would drive along the northern coast of New Guinea. Halsey would advance up the Solomon's ladder. Both axes converging on the target like the spokes of a wheel. Timeline through the end of 1943. For Halsey, Operation Cartwheel meant one thing: New Georgia. And New Georgia meant Munda. But Admiral Yamamoto wasn't ready to concede the Central Solomons. Not yet. Not without one more throw of the dice. He had one last offensive left in him. Rabaul, in March 1943, was a fortress. 5 airfields carved from jungle and volcanic ash. A deep-water harbour that could shelter an entire fleet. Supply dumps, barracks, hospitals, repair facilities, everything needed to wage war across the South Pacific. It was also a target. Every Allied planner knew that as long as Rabaul remained operational, Japan could threaten any advance in the region. Taking it would be costly. Maybe too costly. But isolating it? That was possible. The strategy emerging from the March Pacific Military Conference was elegant in concept and brutal in execution. 2 simultaneous drives would converge on Rabaul from different directions. MacArthur would advance along New Guinea's northern coast, seizing airfields as he went. Each new base would extend his air coverage, allowing the next leap forward. Halsey would climb the Solomon's ladder island by island. Each step bringing land-based fighters closer to Rabaul. Eventually, the 2 axes would meet. Rabaul would be surrounded by air bases, cut off from resupply. Its 100,000 troops left to wither. Operation Cartwheel was born. But planning and execution were different things. The command structure was a mess. MacArthur commanded the Southwest Pacific area. Halsey commanded the South Pacific area. Admiral Nimitz commanded the Pacific Fleet. All 3 were strong personalities who didn't always agree. The compromise. MacArthur would direct overall strategy toward Rabaul, but Halsey would maintain operational control in the Solomons. It could have been disaster. Surprisingly, it worked. Part of the reason was personal. Shortly after the conference, Halsey flew to Brisbane to meet MacArthur face to face. The 2 men hit it off immediately. They developed a working relationship based on mutual respect and frequent communication. Unlike the Japanese Army and Navy, which barely spoke to each other, the American commanders made it work. For Halsey, the immediate priority was clear: New Georgia. Specifically, Munda Airfield. Intelligence estimated the Japanese had between 8 and 10,000 troops defending the island. Not huge numbers, but they'd be dug in. The jungle would favor defense. And the lessons of Guadalcanal were fresh. Japanese soldiers didn't surrender. Every position would have to be taken by force. Halsey requested 2 divisions minimum for the operation. He was allocated one. The 43rd Infantry Division. A National Guard unit brought up to strength with draftees. Their combat experience consisted of the unopposed Russell Islands landing. It would have to be enough. While Allied commanders planned their next moves, the Japanese were making their own preparations. At Rabaul, Admiral Kusaka faced a crisis. His 11th Air Fleet had been bled white over Guadalcanal. Original veteran aircrew were mostly dead. Replacements arrived poorly trained. The Japanese Navy had shortened its pilot training program by 2 months to rush men to the front. Skills like advanced gunnery, tactics, and formation flying were reduced or eliminated entirely. Men who'd started the war in the 3rd position of a 3-plane section were now leading entire formations without the experience to do it. And there were other problems. Malaria ravaged the bases. Chronic dysentery weakened men. Morale was declining. The sense of invincibility from early 1942 was gone. Kusaka needed reinforcements. He needed experienced pilots. He needed a miracle. What he got was Admiral Yamamoto. In late March, Yamamoto made a decision that would seal his fate. He decided to commit his carrier air groups, the last reserve of veteran pilots, to one massive air offensive against Allied positions. It was desperate. It was bold. It was classic Yamamoto. 4 carriers would contribute their air groups: Zuikaku, Zuiho, Junyo, and Hio. Over 160 aircraft with experienced crews. Combined with Kusaka's 155 planes, it would create a strike force of over 300 aircraft. The plan was simple. Deliver a series of massive blows against Allied air power and shipping. Destroy enough aircraft and sink enough ships to buy time for Japan to strengthen its defensive positions. Yamamoto called it Operation Igo, and he would personally supervise it from Rabaul. On April 3, 1943, Admiral Yamamoto's aircraft touched down at Rabaul. The base erupted in excitement. The architect of Pearl Harbor had come to lead them personally. Yamamoto stepped from the plane in his crisp white uniform, his trademark. Sailors and airmen lined up to see him. For men who'd been fighting and dying in obscurity, the presence of Japan's most famous admiral was electric. Morale, which had been declining for months, suddenly soared. Yamamoto understood symbolism. He made a point of personally seeing off strike groups, standing in his white uniform as aircraft roared overhead. The message was clear: the combined fleet hadn't abandoned them. Japan's greatest warrior stood with them. Operation Igo was scheduled to begin immediately. But weather intervened. Heavy clouds and rain postponed the first strike for 2 days. Yamamoto used the time to inspect preparations and talk with commanders. He was troubled by what he saw. The replacement pilots were green. Aircraft were worn. Everyone looked exhausted. But there was no choice. The operation had to proceed. On April 7th, the weather finally cleared. Attack X, the strike against Guadalcanal, launched in the early morning. It was the largest Japanese airstrike since Pearl Harbor. 110 Zero fighters and 67 Val dive bombers from the carrier air groups. 47 additional Zeros from the 11th Air Fleet. 224 aircraft total. They came down the slot in 4 separate groups, trying to confuse American radar. It partially worked. But the Allies had something Japan didn't fully appreciate: an extensive coastwatcher network. Australian volunteers hidden on islands throughout the Solomons radioed warnings as the Japanese formations passed overhead. By the time the strike reached Guadalcanal, Admiral Mark Mitcher had 76 fighters scrambled and climbing. The air battle that followed was chaotic and brutal. Japanese Vals pushed through to attack shipping in Tulagi Harbour. 3 ships went down: the destroyer Aaron Ward, the New Zealand corvette Moa, and the tanker Kanawha. But the cost was high. 12 Zeros and 12 Vals failed to return. American losses: 7 Wildcats. When surviving Japanese pilots returned to Rabaul, they reported spectacular success. 41 enemy aircraft destroyed. 12 major vessels sunk. Yamamoto was delighted. His staff celebrated. The reality was very different. But Yamamoto had no way to know that. Encouraged by the apparent success, Yamamoto approved strikes against New Guinea. On April 11th, 73 Zeros and 27 dive bombers hit Oro Bay. 50 Allied fighters intercepted. 1 cargo ship sunk, 1 transport damaged. 6 Japanese aircraft lost. April 12th brought an even larger strike against Port Moresby. 174 Japanese aircraft, the biggest raid yet. 43 Betty bombers, escorted by 65 Zeros, plus a separate fighter sweep of 66 more Zeros. The formations approached from different directions, trying to overwhelm the defences. General George Kenney, commanding Allied air forces in the Southwest Pacific, scrambled every operational fighter he had. 44 aircraft rose to meet the attack. The Japanese bombers got through and cratered the airstrips. Roughly 15 aircraft were damaged on the ground, 3B, 25 seconds destroyed. But the attacking force lost 7 Bettys and 2 Zeros. Japanese pilots reported 28 enemy planes destroyed. On April 14th, Yamamoto sent off the final strike personally. 196 aircraft against Milne Bay. By sheer luck, the Japanese caught Allied shipping that had been rerouted to Milne Bay after the Port Moresby raid. The harbour was crowded with targets. High-level bombers dropped their loads first. Then dive bombers attacked the ships. The Dutch transport Van Heemskerk was beached after taking multiple hits. The British cargo ship Gorgon was bombed and set ablaze. Several other vessels were damaged by near misses. Cost to Japan, 8 aircraft. Reported results, 3 large transports and 1 medium transport sunk, 6 transports heavily damaged, 44 Allied planes destroyed. At Rabaul, the returning aircrews were treated as heroes. Yamamoto reviewed the reports with satisfaction. According to the numbers his pilots gave him, Operation Igo had destroyed over 100 Allied aircraft and sunk 17 major ships. The truth? Fewer than 20 Allied aircraft had been shot down. 4 ships sunk, several damaged. Operation Igo had failed to achieve its strategic objective. Allied operations were delayed by perhaps 10 days. Nothing more. But Yamamoto didn't know that. He believed his pilots. He believed the offensive had succeeded. And that belief led him to make his final decision. Just as he'd inspired the Rabaul garrison by personally seeing off the strike groups, he would now visit the forward bases. Balale, Buin, the Shortlands. The men there needed to see their commander, needed to know the combined fleet stood with them. His staff objected. Vice Admiral Matame Ugaki, his chief of staff, argued it was too dangerous. American aircraft operated in the area. The flight would bring Yamamoto within range of Guadalcanal. Yamamoto dismissed the concerns. He was known for his punctuality. He would arrive exactly on schedule. A quick visit, then return to Rabaul. What could go wrong? On April 13th, his staff drafted the inspection tour itinerary. Date, April 18th. Departure from Rabaul, 0600 hours. Aircraft, medium attack plane, a Betty bomber. Escort, 6, 0 fighters. Arrival at Balal, 0800 hours. The message included every detail. Times, routes, aircraft types, escort numbers. It was transmitted using an old JN-25 naval code. The code was still in use at some outlying bases, even though newer systems existed. The Japanese considered their codes unbreakable. They were wrong. Station Hypo, Pearl Harbor. April 13th, 1943. The radio intercept came through like any other. Encrypted Japanese naval traffic. Standard procedure was to log it, decode it, analyze it. But this message was different. The cryptanalysts worked through the message using their codebooks and mathematical tables. It wasn't particularly difficult. They'd broken JN 25 months ago. But, as the plain text emerged, the analysts stopped. They read it again to be sure. Then, they picked up the phone. The message detailed Admiral Yamamoto's complete inspection tour schedule. Departure time 0600 hours, April 18th. Departure location Rabaul. Aircraft type 1 medium attack plane. Escort 6 fighters. Destination Balali Airfield. Arrival time 0800 hours. Everything. Down to the minute. The message was forwarded up the chain of command. Within hours, it reached Admiral Nimitz at Pacific Fleet Headquarters. Nimitz read it carefully. Then he sat back in his chair and thought. This was the architect of Pearl Harbor, the man who'd inflicted the worst defeat in US Navy history, the greatest naval strategist Japan possessed, flying into an ambush position. But there was a problem. If American fighters intercepted Yamamoto's flight based on this intelligence, Japan might suspect their codes were compromised. They might change their entire cryptographic system, and Ultra, the Allied code-breaking program, was the most valuable intelligence asset of the war. Ultra had helped win battles, would help win more. It gave the Allies insight into Japanese fleet movements, supply convoys, strategic planning. Was one man, however important, worth risking that? Nimitz consulted with his intelligence officers. They debated through the afternoon. On one side, Yamamoto was irreplaceable. His death would devastate Japanese naval leadership and morale. No other officer had his strategic vision. No other officer had his political connections to protect the Navy from army interference. No other officer understood America the way he did. On the other side, Ultra was winning the war. Slowly, invisibly, but decisively. If Japan changed their codes, that advantage disappeared. The decision was too big for Nimitz alone. It went to Admiral Ernest King, Chief of Naval Operations in Washington. King consulted the Secretary of the Navy. Who consulted the Joint Chiefs? Who brought it to President Franklin Roosevelt? Roosevelt asked the same questions, weighed the same factors. His answer was 2 words. Get Yamamoto. The order went back down the chain. King to Nimitz. Nimitz to Halsey. The message to Halsey was brief. Squadron 339, P38 seconds, must at all costs reach and destroy. President attaches extreme importance this operation. Halsey read it and grinned. He scrawled 1 word across the message. Good. On April 14th, Halsey forwarded the order to Rear Admiral Mark Mitscher, commanding air operations on Guadalcanal. Mitscher called an urgent meeting. Only his most trusted staff attended. Security was absolute. The mission parameters were daunting. Balale Island sat 435 miles northwest of Henderson Field. Over 400 miles of empty ocean. No landmarks for navigation. Just water. Only one aircraft type on Guadalcanal had the range, the P-38 Lightning, twin-engine, twin-boom fighter. Fast, heavily armed, long range. But even the P-38 couldn't make it without external fuel tanks. And there were only 18 operational P-38 seconds, with drop tanks available. That was the entire strike force. 18 aircraft. No reserves. No backup. Mitchell selected Major John W. Mitchell to command the mission. Mitchell was experienced, cool under pressure, and the best navigator in the squadron. He'd need to be. The mission required dead reckoning navigation over 400 miles of featureless ocean, flying at 50 feet to avoid Japanese radar, arriving at exactly the right place at exactly the right time. If they were early, Yamamoto wouldn't be there yet. If they were late, he'd already have landed. The window was maybe 60 seconds. Mitchell studied the problem. He plotted a 5-leg course that would take them far out to sea, then curve back to the intercept point. Stay away from Japanese-held islands. Avoid observation. His calculations showed they'd arrive at 0934. Yamamoto was scheduled to land at 0945. Perfect. Assuming his navigation was flawless. Assuming the weather cooperated. Assuming Yamamoto was actually on time. Mitchell calculated the odds at 1,000 to 1. On April 17th, he briefed the pilots. 4 aircraft would form the killer flight. Their job, shoot down Yamamoto's bomber. The other 14 would fly top cover, holding off any Japanese fighters that tried to interfere. Captain Thomas G. Lanphier Jr. would lead the killer flight. Mitchell made the mission objective crystal clear. They were going after Admiral Yamamoto, the man who planned Pearl Harbor. This was the most important mission any of them would ever fly. Security was absolute. Tell no one. Not your wingman. Not your tent mate. No one. The pilots would have just 15 minutes over the target area before fuel ran critical. 15 minutes to find, engage, and destroy the target. Then turn for home and pray they had enough fuel to make it back. That night, the pilots tried to sleep. Most couldn't is less than hashone. 5 hash is greater than they knew the odds. They knew the stakes. At Rabaul, Admiral Yamamoto was also preparing. His inspection tour would depart at dawn. He laid out his field uniform, field green this time, not white. His ceremonial sword. White gloves. Everything in order. Everything according to schedule. He was famous for his punctuality. He would arrive at Balal at exactly 0800 hours. April 18th, 1943 was going to be a routine inspection flight. Both sides were ready. One side just didn't know it. April 18th, 1943. Henderson Field, Guadalcanal. 0700 hours. 18p, 38. Lightning sat on the runway, engines warming. The distinctive twin-boom silhouette caught the early morning light. Under each wing, a 330-gallon drop tank. Without them, this mission was impossible. Major John Mitchell walked down the line, checking each aircraft. Everything had to be perfect. One mechanical failure, one navigation error, and the whole mission failed. The pilots climbed into their cockpits. No jokes this morning. No usual pre-flight banter. Everyone knew what was at stake. At 0710, Mitchell's engine roared to full power. One by one, the P-38 seconds rolled down the runway and lifted into the morning sky. Then, disaster. 2 aircraft immediately aborted. One had a blown tire. The other couldn't get its drop tanks to feed properly. Both were from the killer flight. Mitchell's heart sank. He'd planned for 18 aircraft. Now he had 16. And only 2 would be available to attack Yamamoto's bomber instead of 4. No time to abort. No time to reorganize. 2 alternates, First Lieutenant Besby Holmes and First Lieutenant Raymond Hine, slid into the vacant positions in the killer flight. The mission continued. Mitchell led the formation southwest, then turned northwest. Heading 265. First leg of the 5-leg navigation plan. Then he dropped. 50 feet above the ocean. At this altitude, they were invisible to Japanese radar. But one mistake, one moment of inattention, and a P-38 would cartwheel into the water at 300 miles per hour. No parachute would help at 50 feet. The heat was brutal. Tropical sun beating down on the canopies. Pilots sweating in their flight suits. No air conditioning in a P-38. Just heat, noise, and vibration. And silence. Radio silence was absolute. Any transmission could alert Japanese listening posts. The pilots couldn't call for heading checks. Couldn't verify their position. They had to trust Mitchell's navigation completely. For 55 minutes, they flew heading 265. Nothing but ocean in every direction. No landmarks. No reference points. Just endless blue water. Mitchell checked his watch constantly. Timing was everything. At exactly 0805, he banked right. New heading 290. The formation followed in perfect discipline. 27 minutes on this heading. The pilot's eyes burned from staring at the water. The constant vibration numbed their bodies. Some men wondered if Mitchell's navigation was accurate. What if they were off course? What if they missed Bougainville entirely? At 50 feet above the ocean, out of fuel, There was only one outcome. 0832. Mitchell turned again. Heading 305. 38 minutes on this leg. The formation was now more than 300 miles from Guadalcanal, deep in Japanese-controlled waters. If enemy aircraft spotted them, the mission was blown. Yamamoto would be warned. He'd cancel the flight or change course. And 18 P-38 seconds would have to turn for home with nothing to show for it. 0910. Fourth turn. Heading 020. Now they were heading almost due north, toward the southern coast of Bougainville, toward the intercept point. Mitchell's calculations said they'd arrive at 0934. Yamamoto was scheduled to land at Balale at 0945. If everything was perfect, they'd intercept him at 0935. 10 minutes before landing. While he was still in the air, vulnerable. The pilot's fuel gauges were dropping steadily. The drop tanks were nearly empty. Once they jettisoned them, they'd be on internal fuel only. 15 minutes over the target area. Then they had to turn for home. 0930. Still nothing but ocean. Some pilots began to wonder if they'd missed Bougainville, or if the intelligence was wrong, or if Yamamoto had changed his schedule. 0931. Then, ahead, a dark line on the horizon. Land. Mitchell felt a surge of relief. His navigation was perfect. Bougainville appeared exactly where it should be. Exactly when it should be. 0933. The formation began to climb, up from 50 feet to give themselves room to maneuver. Mitchell scanned the sky, looking for 2 Betty bombers, looking for 6 Zero escorts, looking for Yamamoto. 0934. And there, passing overhead at 5,000 feet, were 2 medium bombers descending toward Balali. 6 Zeros flew escort above and slightly ahead. Exactly as the intelligence message predicted. Exactly on schedule. Major John Mitchell had just pulled off the impossible. 435 miles of dead reckoning navigation. Arrived within 1 minute of predicted time. Now came the hard part. Mitchell keyed his radio. This is less than Hashone. 0 hash is greater than first transmission since takeoff. Bogies. 11 o'clock high. The hunt was on. Meanwhile, 800 miles northwest, Admiral Yamamoto sat in the lead Betty bomber, unaware of the 16 P-38 seconds climbing toward him. The flight from Rabaul had been routine. Smooth air. Good visibility. Everything on schedule. As always. Yamamoto was reviewing papers, planning the inspections ahead. In 10 minutes, they'd land at Balale. Quick visit, then on to Buin. He glanced out the window at the green jungle of Bougainville passing below. Beautiful morning for flying. 0934. Captain Thomas Lanfear, leading the killer flight, looked up and saw them. 2 Betty bombers in a shallow descent. 6 Zeros flying cover. 4 minutes to intercept. Mitchell's plan was simple. The killer flight, now just 4 P-38 seconds, would dive on the bombers. The other 12 would climb to 18,000 feet and hold off any Zeros from Kahili Air Base. But there was a problem. Lanfear's drop tank wouldn't release. He struggled with the controls, losing precious seconds. Finally, the tank fell away. Now, the killer flight was behind schedule, and the Japanese were beginning their final approach to Balale. Lanfear pushed his throttles forward. Maximum power. Racing to catch up. Beside him, First Lieutenant Rex Barber. Behind them, Holmes and Hine. 4 P-38 seconds against 2 bombers and 6 Zeros. The Japanese escort spotted them first. 3 Zeros peeled off and dove to intercept. Diving from above and ahead. Perfect position. The Japanese pilots were experienced. They'd been flying combat missions for months. They knew their aircraft, knew their tactics. But they made one critical mistake. Instead of protecting the bombers, they went after the American fighters. Classic fighter pilot mentality: engage the enemy fighters first. It left the bombers exposed. Lanfear saw the 3 Zeros coming at him head-on. He couldn't avoid them. Couldn't go around. So he went through them. At a closing speed of over 500 miles per hour, Lanfear and the Zeros passed each other in less than a second. Both sides firing. Tracer rounds streaming past. Then they were past. Lanfear immediately looked for the bombers. Saw one low, heading for the jungle. Trying to escape at treetop level. He rolled and dove after it. Meanwhile, Rex Barber had seen his chance. While Lanfear engaged the Zeros, Barber broke hard, right. The remaining Japanese fighters didn't see him. Their attention was on Lanfear. Barber came in behind the lead Betty bomber. Range, 1,000 feet. Altitude, 1,000 feet above the jungle canopy. The bomber was descending toward Balale, unaware of the P-38 closing from behind. Barber's 450 caliber machine guns and single 20mm cannon were all mounted in the nose. No wing guns to worry about convergence. Everything fired straight ahead in a concentrated stream. He aimed at the right engine. Squeezed the trigger. Tracers walked across the Betty's wing route. The engine cowling started to disintegrate, pieces flying off in the slipstream. Barber kept firing. Long, sustained burst, raking the entire right side of the fuselage. The right engine erupted in flames. Inside the Betty, chaos. The crew realized they were under attack. The pilot tried to evade, banking left toward the jungle. Maybe they could reach cover. But it was too late. Barber's rounds had done catastrophic damage. The right engine was burning. The wing structure was compromised. At 1,000 feet, there was no room to recover. The Betty shuddered, seemed to stop in midair. Barber had to pull up hard to avoid collision. As he climbed past, he looked back. The right wing was tearing away from the fuselage. The bomber rolled left and plunged into the jungle. A massive fireball erupted through the trees. Black smoke boiling skyward. That was Yamamoto's aircraft. But nobody knew it yet. The second Betty, carrying Admiral Ugaki, was now alone. The pilot saw the first bomber go down. Saw the P 38 seconds everywhere. He pushed his throttles to maximum and dove toward the coast. If he could reach the water, maybe American fighters wouldn't follow. Holmes and Hine pursued. They came in from the side, both firing. Rounds stitched across the Betty's fuselage. The bomber was taking hits, but kept flying. Then Barber arrived. Having climbed away from the first bomber, he'd spotted the second one heading for the coast. He rolled into position behind it. Range. Close. Maybe 500 feet. Barber fired one concentrated burst. And the Betty exploded. Not burned. Not crashed. Exploded. Holmes's and Hine's earlier hits had probably ruptured fuel lines. The wing tanks were full of gasoline vapor. Barber's rounds ignited it. The bomber disintegrated in a massive fireball. Pieces of wing, fuselage, engines scattered across the sky. Barber flew straight through the debris cloud. A large chunk of wreckage hit his right wing, smashing his turbo supercharger intercooler. The wreckage fell into the ocean, off Moyla Point. Admiral Ugaki, miraculously, survived. He was thrown clear of the aircraft. Hit the water, still strapped to his seat. Somehow, he got free. Swam for shore. Severely injured, severed radial artery, compound fracture of the right arm, but alive. 2 other men from his bomber also survived. That was all. Meanwhile, above, the air battle continued. The cover flight had climbed to 18,000 feet, as planned. They were waiting for Japanese fighters from Kahili to scramble. But the Zeros never came. The base at Kahili was only a few miles away. They'd certainly heard the fight. But for whatever reason, confusion, poor communications, mechanical problems, they didn't launch in time. Mitchell's cover flight had nothing to do. Below, the remaining Zero escorts were now fighting for their lives. Some engaged Lanfear. Others went after Holmes and Hine. Hine's P-38 took hits. His right engine started trailing smoke. He broke away, heading east over the water, trying to get distance from the fight, trying to make it home. That was the last anyone saw of Raymond Hine. His aircraft disappeared somewhere over the Solomon Sea. No parachute. No crash site. No body ever recovered. The only American loss of the mission. 0940. 6 minutes since first contact. 2 Japanese bombers destroyed. At least 3 Zeros shot down. 1 P-38 missing. Mitchell checked his fuel gauges. They were at the limit. Past the limit, actually. He keyed his radio. All aircraft. Return to base. Individually. Best speed. The P-38 seconds broke off and headed south. Each pilot on his own now, racing against their fuel gauges. Behind them, 2 columns of black smoke rose above Bougainville. One from the jungle, one from the sea. The longest fighter intercept mission in history was over. It had lasted 6 minutes. The flight home was agony. Each pilot flew alone, watching his fuel gauges drop towards 0. The drop tanks were long gone. They were running on internal fuel only. And they'd used more than planned. The combat had required full throttle. Maneuvering burned fuel faster. Some had damaged engines running rough. The mathematics were simple and terrifying. 435 miles to Henderson Field. Not enough fuel. They'd have to fly at minimum power. Lean the mixture as far as they dared. Pray their calculations were right. One by one, the P-38 seconds settled into cruise configuration. Propellers at minimum RPM. Manifold pressure as low as possible while maintaining airspeed. Still 50 feet above the water. Still baking in tropical heat. The pilots had been flying for over 2 hours. The adrenaline from combat was wearing off. Exhaustion set in. Some men wondered if they'd make it. Others wondered if they'd gotten Yamamoto. The mission briefing said 2 bombers. They'd destroyed 2 bombers. But which one carried the Admiral? Maybe neither. Maybe the intelligence was wrong. Maybe Yamamoto had cancelled. They wouldn't know until Japanese radio traffic was intercepted and decoded. 1100 hours. The first P-38 seconds appeared over Henderson Field. Fuel gauges reading empty. Engines sputtering. They landed one after another. 15 aircraft. Hine was missing. The pilots climbed from their cockpits, legs shaking from 2.5 hours of tension. Ground crews swarmed the aircraft. Intelligence officers rushed to debrief. Major Mitchell reported immediately. 2 bombers destroyed. 3 or more Zeros destroyed. 1 P-38 lost. Mission accomplished. Probably. The debriefing lasted hours. Every pilot interviewed separately. Who saw what? Who shot what? Where the bombers went down. And immediately a controversy began. Lanphier claimed he shot down the lead bomber, said he'd climbed after engaging the Zeros, caught the Betty in a descending turn, fired across its path, and watched the right wing tear off. Barber claimed he shot down the lead bomber, said he came in from behind, raked it with fire, and watched it crash into the jungle. Both men were certain. Both men were convinced. The intelligence officers didn't care who got credit. They cared about one thing. Was Yamamoto dead? The answer would come from the Japanese. On Bougainville, Japanese troops had seen the bombers go down. Rescue parties were immediately organized. The wreckage off Moyler Point was easy to find. Admiral Ugaki was pulled from the water barely alive. 2 other survivors with him. But the crash site in the jungle was more difficult. Dense vegetation. Rough terrain. It took until April 20th to locate it. When Japanese soldiers reached the site, they found a scene of devastation. The Betty had impacted nose first. The fuselage was shattered. Bodies were scattered through the wreckage. And there, still strapped in his seat, was Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto. The medical examination was thorough. 2 bullet wounds. One had entered his left shoulder blade, travelling downward. The second had struck the left side of his jaw, exiting behind the left ear. The head wound was instantly fatal. Yamamoto had died in the air, probably within seconds of being hit. He still wore his field green uniform. White gloves on his hands. His ceremonial sword lay nearby. Everything in order. As always. The body was recovered and transported to Buin by boat, then by ship to Truk. For 3 weeks, the Japanese High Command kept the news secret. A few officers knew. The Emperor was informed. But the public heard nothing. The Americans also stayed silent. No press releases. No propaganda broadcasts. No celebrations. The pilots were sworn to absolute secrecy. They couldn't talk about the mission. Couldn't mention Yamamoto. couldn't tell anyone what they'd done. The code-breaking secret had to be protected. At Rabaul, Japanese staff officers began investigating. How did the Americans know Yamamoto's schedule? 3 theories emerged. First, the Coast Watcher Network. Australian observers, hidden throughout the Solomons, were known to report aircraft movements. Maybe they'd spotted Yamamoto's flight and radioed a warning. Second, a lucky patrol. P 38 seconds theoretically had the range to patrol near Bougainville. Maybe they just happened to be in the right place. Third, the code was compromised. This was the theory that terrified Japanese intelligence officers. If the Americans could read their codes, every operation was compromised. Every fleet movement was exposed. But Japanese faith in their cryptographic systems was strong. The codes were complex, unbreakable, supposedly. And there were other explanations available. The Coast Watchers were a proven threat. A lucky encounter was possible. After extensive investigation, Japanese intelligence concluded the code was probably not compromised. Probably just bad luck. They made minor modifications to some procedures. But the basic JN-25 code remained in use. The Americans kept reading Japanese naval communications for the rest of the war. Admiral Nimitz's gamble had paid off. On May 7th, the battleship Musashi departed Truk, carrying Yamamoto's ashes. The crew stood at attention. Flags at half-mast. Silent tribute across the fleet. On May 21st, Musashi entered Tokyo Bay. That same day, the Japanese government finally announced Admiral Yamamoto had been killed in action. The nation went into shock. May 21st, 1943. Radio Tokyo interrupted regular programming. The announcer's voice was somber, almost reverent. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, commander of the Combined Fleet, architect of the Pearl Harbor attack, had been killed in action on April 18th. Shot down while on an inspection tour near Bougainville. Across Japan, people stopped what they were doing. For a month, rumors had circulated that something had happened. Senior officers looked grim. The Combined Fleet seemed paralyzed. Now they knew why. The hero of Pearl Harbor was dead. The psychological impact was devastating. Yamamoto wasn't just another admiral. He was the symbol of Japanese naval power. The man who'd brought America to its knees at Pearl Harbor. The genius who understood modern carrier warfare. If Yamamoto could die, anyone could die. The government tried to control the narrative. Yamamoto died a hero's death, fighting for the emperor. His spirit would inspire final victory. But privately, Japanese military leaders knew the truth. Admiral Minachi Koga, who'd been named to replace Yamamoto, put it bluntly to his staff. There was only one Yamamoto, and no one is able to replace him. His loss is an unsupportable blow to us. It wasn't false modesty. It was fact. Yamamoto had unique qualities that made him irreplaceable. He understood America intimately, having studied at Harvard and served as naval attaché in Washington. He knew American industrial capacity, knew American character. He'd opposed war with America for exactly these reasons. But once war was decided, he'd fought brilliantly. He also had political connections other admirals lacked. The emperor trusted him. He could stand up to the army. He could get resources allocated to the navy. Koga was competent, experienced, well respected. But he wasn't Yamamoto. Nobody was. June 5th was declared a national day of mourning. The state funeral was held in Tokyo with full military honors. Deliberately scheduled on the first anniversary of the Midway defeat, a reminder of both glory and loss. 3 million Japanese lined the streets. Silent crowds watching the procession pass. Black armbands. Bowed heads. Yamamoto was posthumously promoted to Fleet Admiral. Awarded the Grand Order of the Chrysanthemum, First Class. The highest honor the Emperor could bestow. The funeral rivaled only one other in recent memory, Admiral Togo Heihachiro's in 1934. Togo, who'd destroyed the Russian fleet at Tsushima in 1905. Now Japan had lost another naval legend. But the real crisis wasn't ceremonial. It was operational. With Yamamoto dead, the combined fleet entered a period of paralysis. Koga needed time to establish his authority, to understand the strategic situation, to make his own plans. That gave the Americans a window. Admiral Halsey had no intention of wasting it. Operation Toenails, the invasion of New Georgia, was scheduled for the end of June. Planning was already well advanced. Troops were training. Ships were gathering. Yamamoto's death wouldn't stop the American advance. If anything, it accelerated it. At Rabaul, Admiral Junichi Kusaka faced an impossible situation. His 11th Air Fleet was depleted. Operation I-Go had cost him aircraft and pilots he couldn't replace. The brief morale boost from Yamamoto's visit was gone. Now his best pilots knew their greatest commander was dead. Shot down like any other airman. If it could happen to Yamamoto, it could happen to anyone. Kusaka requested reinforcements urgently. Koga promised to send what he could. But the combined fleet's carrier air groups had returned to their ships. Koga was husbanding resources for a decisive fleet action he hoped would come later. Kusaka was on his own. In the Central Solomons, Japanese army and navy forces were preparing defenses. Major General Noboru Sasaki commanded the Southeast Detachment, primarily the 229th Regiment on New Georgia. Rear Admiral Minoru Ota commanded the 8th Combined Special Naval Landing Force. Between them, roughly 9,000 troops defended New Georgia and surrounding islands. The centerpiece of their defense was Munda Airfield. Over the past months, they'd transformed the area into a fortress. Coconut log bunkers reinforced with coral blocks. Camouflaged so perfectly they were invisible from 10 feet away. Interlocking fields of fire. Multiple defensive lines. Every position was designed to support others. You couldn't attack one without being hit from 2 more. And behind the fortifications was the jungle itself. Dense vegetation that limited visibility to yards. Swamps that could swallow men. Heat exceeding 100 degrees. Malaria. Dysentery. A dozen tropical diseases. The jungle would kill as surely as Japanese bullets. General Sasaki inspected the defenses and felt reasonably confident. Not that they could hold forever. He wasn't delusional. But they could make the Americans pay a terrible price. Buy time for Japan to strengthen defenses elsewhere. Maybe force the Americans to reconsider their strategy. It was all Japan could hope for now. The strategic situation had fundamentally changed. Before Yamamoto's death, there was still a sense that Japan might win, might deliver a knockout blow, might force a negotiated peace. After his death, that hope faded. Japan was fighting a delaying action now, trying to hold a defensive perimeter long enough for something to change. What that something might be, nobody could say. Meanwhile, the Americans kept coming. Admiral Halsey's headquarters, Noumea, New Caledonia. Early June 1943. Maps covered the walls. New Georgia. Munda Airfield. The surrounding islands. Halsey studied them with his staff, planning the next move. The objective was clear: Munda Airfield. As long as Japan held Munda, they could threaten Allied operations throughout the region. Take Munda, and the advance could continue. But how to take it? Direct amphibious assault was out. The Munda Bar, an underwater reef, prevented landing craft from reaching the beaches. Troops would have to wade through chest-deep water under fire. Suicide. The alternative: land somewhere else and attack overland. Halsey's staff proposed landing on Rendova Island, directly across Blanche Channel from Munda. 5 miles of water separated the two islands. Rendova had good beaches. It could support artillery that would cover the main assault. From Rendova, troops would cross to New Georgia at Zanana Beach, then advance overland through the jungle to Munda. 6 miles through dense jungle, against prepared defences. How hard could it be? The plan called for 4 simultaneous landings to confuse the Japanese. Rendezvous would be the main effort. But smaller forces would also land at Segi Point to secure an airfield site, at Viru Harbour to establish a PT boat base, and at Wickham Anchorage to eliminate a Japanese observation post. D-Day was set for June 30th. The assault force would be Major General John Hester's 43rd Infantry Division. This caused immediate concern among experienced officers. The 43rd was a National Guard division from New England, Connecticut, Vermont, Rhode Island, Maine. Brought up to strength with draftees in 1942. Their combat experience consisted of 1 unopposed landing at the Russell Islands. They'd walked ashore, found empty beaches, and set up camp. That was it. Several officers argued for using 2 divisions minimum. Marine Major General Barney Vogel was particularly vocal. Intelligence estimated 8,000 to 10,000 Japanese defenders. Dug in. Experienced. Fanatical. 1 green division wasn't enough. But Halsey refused. He had his reasons. First, he had limited forces available. The 37th and 25th Infantry Divisions were in reserve, but he needed to save strength for Bougainville, where a major battle was expected. Second, Washington had made it clear, no more than 1 division for toenails. Resources were needed elsewhere. Europe still had priority. Third, Halsey believed Munda would fall quickly. A few days of hard fighting at most. He was about to be proven very wrong. The plan had 1 additional element, a northern landing. Colonel Harry Liversedge's 1st Marine Raider Regiment would land at Rice Anchorage on the northern coast of New Georgia. Their mission, march south and capture Inogai and Bairoko. Cut off Japanese reinforcements coming down from Vila on Kolombangara. It was ambitious. Maybe too ambitious. But Halsey believed in aggressive action. Keep the Japanese off balance. Hit them from multiple directions. Don't give them time to respond. For the amphibious landings, Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner would command. Turner was experienced, aggressive, and thoroughly professional. He'd run the Guadalcanal landings. He knew what worked and what didn't. Air support would come from Rear Admiral Aubrey Fitch's command. Over 1,100 aircraft available in the South Pacific. 626 with Admiral Mark Mitcher's Air Soles, the combined Allied air forces in the Solomons. Naval gunfire support would be provided by Rear Admiral Walden Ainsworth's cruiser group. 3 light cruisers and 7 destroyers. Enough firepower to level anything Japan had on New Georgia. Or so they thought. As June progressed, the build-up continued. Troops moved to Guadalcanal for final training. Ships gathered at Espiritu Santo. Supplies piled up. Intelligence officers studied reconnaissance photos. Nobody realized they were preparing for a meat grinder. On New Georgia, General Sasaki watched American aircraft fly overhead daily. Reconnaissance planes photographing everything. He knew the invasion was coming. The question was when. His troops continued improving defenses. More bunkers. More barbed wire. More carefully sighted machine gun positions. Sasaki had learned from Guadalcanal. Banzai charges didn't work against American firepower. But strong defensive positions could bleed the enemy white. Make them pay for every yard. Make every bunker a separate battle. Use the jungle as an ally. Let the Americans advance into the meat grinder. June 29, 1943. Evening. Admiral Turner's invasion fleet departed Guadalcanal. 4 troop transports. 2 cargo ships. 12 landing craft infantry. 4 landing ship tanks. Escorted by destroyers. Destination: Rendover Island. The ships moved slowly through the night. Blackout conditions. No lights showing. Radio silence maintained. Weather was terrible. Heavy rain. Poor visibility. Rough seas. In some ways, perfect conditions. The Japanese wouldn't expect an attack in this weather. Wouldn't be watching as carefully. But it also made navigation difficult. Finding the right beaches in the dark and rain would be challenging. June 30th. 0200 hours. Ahead of the main force, small groups called barracudas went in first. Their job: secure the landing beaches before dawn. 2 groups of infantry in fast destroyer transports. 1 headed for Rendover Harbour. The other for islands in Honiavasa Passage, which would serve as a staging area for the crossing to New Georgia. Both landings went smoothly. No Japanese resistance. The beaches were empty. 0600 hours. The main landing began. Through the rain, landing craft pushed toward Rendover beaches. The 172nd Infantry Regiment in the first wave. Behind them, the rest of the 43rd Division. The landing craft grounded on beaches of black volcanic sand. Ramps dropped. Troops waded ashore. Scattered rifle fire met them. Japanese defenders, only about 140 men, a naval construction unit, were taken completely by surprise. Outnumbered over 100 to 1, they scattered inland. By mid-morning, Rendover was secure. American casualties, minimal. Japanese casualties, most killed or captured. So far, so good. But then the unloading began. And that's when problems started. Rendover had no docks, no piers, just beaches. Everything had to come ashore in landing craft. mountains of supplies piled up on the beaches. Ammunition crates, fuel drums. Food is less than hashone. 0 hash is greater than medical supplies. Artillery pieces. Vehicles. Faster than they could be moved inland. The rain had turned everything to mud. Vehicles bogged down. Men struggled to carry heavy crates. The narrow beaches became congested. And all of it exposed, visible from the air. At Rabaul, Admiral Kusaka was alerted to the landings by 0650. He immediately ordered an airstrike. 27 Zero fighters scrambled from Kahili Air Base on Bougainville. Their mission: disrupt the landing. But Admiral Mitchell had put strong fighter cover over Rendova. 40 Wildcats and Corsairs orbiting the island. The Zeros arrived around mid-morning and ran straight into the American fighters. A massive dogfight erupted over Rendova. 4 Zeros were shot down. 2 American fighters lost. The Japanese never reached the beachhead. But Kusaka wasn't done. By 1500 hours, most of Turner's transports had finished unloading. They were preparing to withdraw back to Guadalcanal before dark. Then the second strike arrived. 26 Betty bombers escorted by 24 Zeros. A major effort, coming in low over the Roviana Islands. American fighters scrambled to intercept. Another wild melee erupted. But some bombers got through. The transport Macaulay, Admiral Turner's flagship, was manoeuvring to avoid bombs when a torpedo struck her amidships. The ship shuddered and began to list. Fires broke out. Turner evacuated to a destroyer. Macaulay would sink that night. The Japanese lost heavily in this attack. 10 Zeros and 19 Betty bombers failed to return. But they'd drawn blood. At 1720, a third strike appeared. 21 Zeros and 9 Val dive bombers. This attack was chaotic and poorly coordinated. The formations arrived scattered. American fighters tore into them. 7 Zeros and 1 Val were shot down. No ships were hit. By day's end, Kusaka had lost roughly 40 aircraft, 1/4 of his entire air strength. For what? One transport sunk. The Americans were firmly established on Rendova. But the day's fighting revealed something important. The Japanese were going to contest every inch of the Central Solomons. This wouldn't be another Russell Islands walkover. Meanwhile, the eastern landings proceeded. At Segi Point, troops went ashore unopposed. Marine raiders had already secured the area days earlier in a preemptive landing. At Wickham Anchorage, the landing was more complicated. Bad weather scattered the landing craft. some Marines ended up on the wrong beaches. But the main force landed successfully and began pushing inland toward the Japanese base at Kyoruku village. At Viru Harbor, Colonel Michael Curran's 4th Marine Raiders were supposed to attack from land after marching from Segi. But they'd gotten bogged down in swamps and hadn't reached their objective. The destroyers carrying reinforcements approached Viru Harbor, expecting to find Marines ashore. Instead, Japanese 3-inch guns opened fire from Tetemara. The destroyers hastily withdrew. The landing was postponed. But overall, D-Day had been a success. 4 landings executed. Rendover secured. Casualties moderate. Now came the hard part. Crossing to New Georgia and advancing through 6 miles of jungle to Munda. General Hester's staff estimated they'd reach Munda in 3 to 4 days. They were off by a month. July 2nd, 1943. The 43rd Division prepared to cross from Rendover to New Georgia. 12 landing craft infantry and 4 landing craft tank would ferry troops across Blanche Channel to Zanana Beach. 5 miles of open water. Completely exposed. To cover the crossing, Brigadier General Harold Barker's artillery opened fire from Rendover. 105mm howitzers hurling shells across the channel towards suspected Japanese positions. The sound was tremendous, earth-shaking, reassuring to the infantry waiting to cross. But before the crossing could begin, disaster struck Rendover. At midday, Japanese bombers returned. 18 Ki-21 bombers from the 6th Air Division, Army aircraft, not Navy. Admiral Mitcher had recalled most of his fighters due to bad weather. The bombers came in unopposed. They hit the congested Rendover beachhead. Bombs fell among stacked ammunition crates, among fuel drums, among concentrated troops. Explosions rippled across the beach. Secondary detonations as ammunition cooked off. Fuel drums exploded, spreading burning gasoline. 200 men killed or wounded. Mountains of supplies destroyed. Equipment wrecked. The survivors were shaken. Many were green troops experiencing combat for the first time. The bombing was more devastating than anything they'd imagined. But the operation continued. That afternoon, the 1st Battalion, 172nd Regiment, and a company from the 169th Regiment crossed to Zanana Beach. The landing was unopposed. By nightfall, they'd established a defensive perimeter. Over the next few days, the rest of the 169th and 172nd Regiments followed. By July 8th, most of Hester's assault force was ashore at Zanana. Now came the advance to Munda. 6 miles through jungle. The maps showed a trail. Reconnaissance said it was passable. the reality was very different. The jungle on New Georgia was unlike anything the 43rd Division had trained for. Vegetation so dense you couldn't see 5 feet ahead. Every step required hacking with machetes. Roots and vines tangled everything. Between the ridges, swamps. Not just wet ground. Deep, sucking mud that could swallow a man. Some soldiers drowned trying to cross. The heat was murderous. Over 100 degrees. 100% humidity. No breeze under the jungle canopy. Men collapsed from heat exhaustion within hours. And the diseases. Malaria-carrying mosquitoes swarmed at dusk. Contaminated water caused dysentery. Fungal infections rotted feet. Tropical ulcers that wouldn't heal. The jungle was killing men before they even saw the enemy. The 172nd Regiment led the advance on July 9th. Objective: cross the Baraik River and establish positions for the final assault on Munda. They advanced 1,100 yards the first day, fighting constantly. Not against Japanese troops, against the terrain. Every stream was swollen from rain. Chest-deep, swift-moving water. Equipment had to be passed overhead. Weapons kept dry. Men helping each other across. Every ridge was steep and muddy. Men climbed on hands and knees, exhausted at the top, only to find another ridge ahead. On July 10th, the 172nd advanced another 300 yards. That's when they hit the first Japanese position. A roadblock. Felled trees across the trail. Barbed wire. Machine guns covering every approach. The 172nd tried to advance. Machine gun fire cut them down. They pulled back. Behind them, the 169th Regiment was moving up the left flank, is less than Hasson. 0 hash is greater than. On July 10th, they advanced 1,500 yards before running into their own Japanese position. More machine guns. More barbed wire. Bunkers hidden in the jungle. The 169th 3rd Battalion attacked. Met by withering fire. Took heavy casualties. Fell back. These weren't major defensive positions. Just outposts. Small blocking forces designed to slow the advance. But they were working. By July 11th, both regiments were stalled. Casualties mounting. Progress measured in yards. And the supply situation was becoming critical. Everything, ammunition, food, water, medical supplies, had to be carried forward by hand. Through the same terrible terrain the infantry was fighting through. Wounded men had to be carried back. 4 men to carry 1 stretcher. through mud and swamps and dense jungle. Hours to cover a mile. The trail from Zanana Beach to the front line was becoming a nightmare. Men struggled under heavy loads. Past wounded, going the other direction. Saw friends dying. And they hadn't even reached the main Japanese defenses yet. General Hester requested reinforcements. Halsey authorized landing the 145th Regiment from the 37th Division. But Hester's original estimate, reach Munda in 3 to 4 days, was already impossible. They'd been advancing for 3 days, covered less than 3 miles, taken hundreds of casualties, and the main Japanese defensive line hadn't even been engaged yet. That line, the Ilangana line, was 3 miles ahead, heavily fortified, manned by 2 full battalions. The meat grinder was just beginning. While the 43rd Division struggled through the jungle, another battle was about to erupt at sea. The Japanese were desperate to reinforce New Georgia. General Sasaki needed more troops if he was going to hold Munda. On July 5th, the Tokyo Express was running again. Rear Admiral Teruo Akiyama commanded a force of 10 destroyers divided into 3 groups. 3 destroyers formed a transport unit carrying 1,600 troops. 4 more destroyers formed a second transport unit in reserve. 3 destroyers, including Akiyama's flagship Niizuki, provided escort. Destination: Vila on Kolombangara. From there, the troops would move by barge to Munda. Admiral Halsey had intelligence the run was coming. He ordered Rear Admiral Walden Ainsworth to intercept. Ainsworth commanded Task Group 36.1. 3 light cruisers, Helena, Honolulu, and St. Louis. 4 destroyers as escorts. This would be Ainsworth's second night action in these waters. The first, back in March, during the Battle of Blackett Strait, had been successful. 2 Japanese destroyers sunk. He planned to use the same tactics. Use radar to detect the enemy first. Close to 8,000 to 10,000 yards, what he believed was safe range. Then smother them with radar-directed gunfire from the cruisers. What Ainsworth didn't fully appreciate was the range of Japanese torpedoes. The Type 93 Long Lance torpedo had a range of over 20 miles. Powered by oxygen, it left no wake. Fast. Deadly accurate. There was no safe range. 2300 hours, July 5th. Ainsworth's force entered Kula Gulf from the south. Cruisers in column, destroyers screening ahead. Radar sweeping for targets. At the same time, Akiyama was approaching from the north. His first transport unit was heading directly for Vila. The rest of his force followed behind. Akiyama had one advantage Ainsworth didn't know about. Niizuki carried a new Type 22 surface search radar. Japanese radar technology lagged behind American. But this set was effective. 0015, July 6th. Niyazuki's radar detected the American force. Range, 19,700 yards. Akiyama was surprised but reacted quickly. He ordered the first transport unit to continue to Vila. Get the troops ashore. That was the mission. The rest of his force would engage the Americans. But he was badly outnumbered. 3 destroyers against 3 cruisers and 4 destroyers. At 0053, Helena's radar picked up the Japanese. Ainsworth ordered his force to increase speed and close the range. 0101. Range to Niyazuki, 6,800 yards. Ainsworth gave the order. Open fire. All 3 cruisers concentrated on Niyazuki. Radar directed 6-inch guns. Salvo after salvo. The first shells straddled the destroyer. Then hits. Niyazuki erupted in flames. On Niyazuki's bridge, Admiral Akiyama was killed instantly. But before the destroyer died, her torpedo crews got off their final attack. 16 Type 93 torpedoes launched toward the American column. At 0106, the American destroyer Waller also fired torpedoes. 5 mark 15 seconds toward Niyazuki. 1 hit. A tremendous explosion. Niyazuki broke in 2 and sank. Ainsworth shifted fire to the other Japanese destroyers. But they were already turning away, making smoke, disappearing into the darkness. The American crews thought they'd won. Then, at 0122, Helena shuddered. 3 torpedoes hit in rapid succession. Massive explosions tore through the cruiser. The ship broke in 2. The bow section sank immediately. The stern section remained afloat for a few minutes before going under. 168 men went down with her. The other American ships maneuvered frantically. St. Louis and Honolulu narrowly avoided torpedoes that passed close alongside. Ainsworth was stunned. Where had the torpedoes come from? The Japanese destroyers were too far away when they'd turned. He didn't realize they'd been fired at extreme range, at what he thought was safe distance. The battle continued for another hour. Ainsworth's force chased the withdrawing Japanese destroyers. Occasional gunfire exchanges. No more hits. The destroyer Nagatsuki ran aground near Bambari Harbor trying to evade. She'd be destroyed by American aircraft the next day. But the Japanese had accomplished their mission. The first transport unit had landed its 1,600 troops at Vila. Unloaded. Withdrawn successfully. Cost to Japan, 2 destroyers and an Admiral. Cost to America, 1 cruiser. Tactically, it was a Japanese victory. More importantly, those 1,600 fresh troops were now available to reinforce Munda. General Sasaki could rotate exhausted units out and bring fresh defenders in. The Battle of Kula Gulf taught the Americans a harsh lesson. American cruisers couldn't fight Japanese destroyers in confined waters and expect to win. The Long Lance torpedo was too deadly. Radar gave Americans the advantage of seeing first. But it didn't make them invulnerable. Something had to change. Admiral Chester Nimitz, reviewing the battle reports from Pearl Harbor, suggested that American destroyers should fight Japanese destroyers. Let the cruisers stay back. Let the tin cans handle the night fighting. It would take another battle to prove that theory. But first, the 43rd Division was about to discover just how terrible Munda really was. July 9th, 1943. General Hester ordered the main offensive to begin. The 172nd Regiment on the right, the 169th Regiment on the left. Objective: break through the Japanese defences and capture Munda airfield. To support the attack, the largest bombardment yet assembled in the South Pacific opened fire. General Barker's artillery on Rendezvous, every gun that could range to the target area. 100 5mm howitzers, 100 55mm guns, hundreds of rounds pounding suspected Japanese positions. Offshore, destroyers added their 5-inch guns. Overhead, aircraft from airsols dropped bombs. Fighters strafed the jungle with machine gun fire. The bombardment was tremendous, earth-shaking. The jungle itself seemed to explode. Then, at 0800 hours, it stopped. The infantry advanced and discovered the bombardment had accomplished almost nothing. The Japanese bunkers were too well built. Coconut logs 2 feet thick, reinforced with coral blocks. Overhead cover of more logs and earth. Artillery shells exploded in the jungle canopy overhead. Shrapnel scattered harmlessly. The men inside the bunkers were untouched. The 172nd advanced 400 yards before hitting the main Japanese line. Machine gun fire erupted from invisible positions. Men fell. The advance stalled. Officers tried to locate where the fire was coming from. Impossible. The bunkers were completely camouflaged. You couldn't see them until you were on top of them. And each bunker supported 2 others. Attack 1. Get hit from the flanks. The 172nd pulled back. Casualties: 30 men in the first hour. On the left, the 169th had even worse luck. The 1st Battalion managed to advance 300 yards, then ran into a Japanese strongpoint on high ground. Multiple bunkers, interlocking fields of fire. They attacked, were repulsed, attacked again, repulsed again. By afternoon, the battalion was pinned down, couldn't advance, couldn't withdraw without taking more casualties. The 169th 3rd Battalion was in even worse shape. This battalion had already been shaken in earlier fighting. When they hit Japanese defences on July 9th, many men simply wouldn't advance. Officers shouted orders. Some men didn't move, stared straight ahead, unresponsive. Combat fatigue, shell shock, war neurosis. Whatever you called it, the result was the same. The battalion was combat ineffective. By nightfall July 9th, the Great Offensive had gained roughly 400 yards. Casualties, over 100 men. Hester's staff recalculated. At this rate, reaching Munda would take weeks, not days. July 10th brought no better results. The 172nd tried to outflank the Japanese positions, found more bunkers, more machine guns, more interlocking fire. The 169th barely moved. Casualties continued mounting. Not just killed and wounded. The combat fatigue cases were becoming an epidemic. Men who'd been good soldiers simply broke. The combination of jungle, heat, constant danger, and invisible enemy was too much. Their minds shut down. Medics called it psychoneurosis. The men called it going Asiatic. Whatever the name, it was real. By July 12th, General Hester made a desperate decision. He requested Marine tanks. 8M-3 Stuart light tanks from the 9th Marine Defence Battalion were loaded onto landing craft and brought to Liana Beach on New Georgia's west coast. The tanks gave the infantry hope. Finally, something that could destroy the bunkers. July 13th. The tanks went into action. Paired with infantry, they approached Japanese positions. The tank would fire its 37mm gun directly into the bunker firing port. At point-blank range, blow the position apart. It worked. For a while, but the Japanese learned quickly. They brought up mines, laid them in front of bunkers. When tanks approached, the mines disabled them. They used Molotov cocktails, glass bottles filled with gasoline. Throw them at the tank's engine deck. The tank would burn. They discovered the tanks had a blind spot. The gun couldn't depress enough to hit targets directly below. Japanese soldiers would run underneath and attach magnetic mines. By July 18th, 6 of the 8 Marine tanks had been destroyed or disabled. The tanks were withdrawn. Meanwhile, the 169th Regiment was collapsing. Casualties had been severe. Combat fatigue cases were overwhelming. The regiment could barely function. On July 13th, a small breakthrough occurred. The 169th 3rd Battalion, the unit that had been combat ineffective, got a new commander. Colonel Frederick Rienke. Rienke led from the front, personally directed attacks, exposed himself to fire to encourage his men. His battalion responded. They attacked a ridge north of the main line, fought pillbox to pillbox for 4 hours. Brutal, close-quarters combat. Grenades thrown into firing ports. Bayonets used. By late afternoon, they'd taken the ridge top. The men named it Rienke Ridge. That night, the Japanese counterattacked. Wave after wave trying to retake the ridge. Hand-to-hand fighting in the darkness. The 3rd Battalion held. By morning, Japanese bodies littered the approaches. The 3rd Battalion had suffered 101 casualties. But they still held the ridge. It was the first significant gain in days. But by July 15th, the situation was critical. The 43rd Division had suffered nearly 3,000 casualties. Roughly half were combat fatigue cases. The division was breaking. Hester reported to Halsey. "One division isn't enough. I need reinforcements immediately." Halsey responded by sending Major General Oscar Griswold, Corps Commander, to take personal control. Griswold arrived and assessed the situation. It was worse than reports indicated. The 43rd Division was shattered. Units were scattered. Communications were poor. Supply lines were breaking down. Morale was terrible. Griswold made immediate changes. He ordered the 37th Infantry Division to New Georgia. All of it. He ordered the 25th Infantry Division to prepare to deploy. And he suspended major offensive operations for a week. Give the troops time to rest, reorganize, and receive reinforcements. On July 20th, Griswold also relieved General Hester. It wasn't entirely fair. Hester had been given an impossible mission with insufficient forces. But someone had to take the blame. Major General John Hodge took command of the 43rd Division. While the Americans reorganized, the Japanese launched their own counteroffensive. General Sasaki had received reinforcements from Vila, elements of the elite 13th Regiment. Fresh troops. Experienced. Aggressive. Sasaki's plan was ambitious. The 13th Regiment would infiltrate through the jungle around the American right flank, march to the headwaters of the Baraike River, then drive east to Zanana Beach, destroy the American command post and supply dumps. If successful, it would cut off the regiments at the front, trap them, force them to withdraw or be annihilated. On the night of July 17th, the attack began. The 13th Regiment moved down the trail towards Zanana. In the darkness, they approached the American rear area. The command post was defended by a single platoon of the 43rd Reconnaissance Troop, 40 men, and 70 Fijian commandos, against potentially hundreds of Japanese troops. The attack was chaotic. Japanese soldiers emerged from the jungle, yelling and firing. Not a coordinated assault, more like a series of wild rushes. The American reconnaissance troops and Fijians fought desperately. Point-blank firefights. Grenades thrown. Hand-to-hand combat. Some Japanese broke through to the command post itself, destroyed radio equipment, set fires. But General Barker's artillery, alerted to the attack, laid down a devastating box barrage around the command post. Shells falling in a tight pattern. Friendly forces inside the box, enemy outside. The Japanese couldn't advance through the artillery fire, couldn't withdraw without taking more casualties. By dawn, the attack had failed. The 13th Regiment withdrew back up the trail, leaving bodies behind. Among the dead, Colonel Tomonari Satoshi, the 13th Regiment commander, killed by a mortar round on July 20th while sitting on a log. The Japanese counteroffensive had been defeated, but it had been close. Now it was America's turn. July 25th. Griswold had 3 divisions available now. The reorganized 43rd. The fresh 37th. Elements of the 25th Landing. Time to finish this. The preparatory bombardment began at dawn. Commander Arleigh Burke's destroyer squadron moved into Blanche Channel. 7 destroyers. They opened fire at point-blank range. 4,000 rounds of 5-inch shells in 1 hour. General Barker's artillery fired every gun simultaneously. The noise was continuous, like rolling thunder. Overhead, the largest airstrike yet mounted by airsols. 171 bombers escorted by over 100 fighters. Wave after wave dropping bombs on Munda. The jungle disappeared under smoke and dust. Then the infantry advanced. But they had a new weapon. Flamethrowers. 7 engineers from each battalion carried flamethrowers. 70 pounds of fuel and napalm on their backs. Dangerous. You were a target. 1 bullet in the tank and you exploded. But against Japanese bunkers, they were devastating. The tanks would approach a bunker, draw its fire. Then the flamethrower operator would move up from the side. A jet of burning napalm sprayed through the firing port. Everything inside ignited instantly. The bunker became an oven. Men inside had two choices: burn alive or run out into machine gun fire. Most chose to burn. On July 26th, the 103rd Regiment, using tanks and flamethrowers in coordination, destroyed 74 bunkers in one day. The Japanese line began to crack. July 27th through 31st. Steady pressure. The Americans grinding forward. Sasaki recognized his line was collapsing. He ordered withdrawal to a new position farther back. Kokengolo Hill. But the Americans kept coming. August 2nd. American troops reached the outer taxiways of Munda Airfield, so close they could see the runway. August 4th. Japanese resistance weakening. More positions abandoned. August 5th, 1943. American infantry moved cautiously onto Munda Airfield, expecting a fight. The Japanese were gone. Sasaki had withdrawn his surviving forces north toward Bairoko, left Munda behind. After 37 days of brutal combat, Munda Airfield was in American hands. The butcher's bill was staggering. American casualties: 1,200 killed, 4,000 wounded, 1,500 combat fatigue. Nearly 7,000 total. Japanese casualties: 4,683 confirmed killed. Unknown wounded. The Americans had advanced 6 miles in 37 days. They called it the meat grinder. The name was earned. The Japanese weren't done reinforcing. Even with Munda falling, they needed to get troops to Vila on Kolombangara. From there, they could support the evacuation of surviving forces from New Georgia. On August 6th, Captain Keiju Sujira led 4 destroyers down the slot: Hagikaze, Arashi, Kawakaze, and Shigure, carrying troops and supplies for Vila. Another Tokyo Express run. But this time, the Americans had a new plan. Commander Frederick Moosbrugger commanded 6 destroyers, all Fletcher class. Modern, fast, well armed. And Moosbrugger had new tactics. The plan had been developed by Commander Arleigh Burke, who'd been scheduled to lead this mission but was replaced at the last minute. Burke's idea was radical. Use torpedoes first, not guns. In previous battles, American destroyers had used guns as their primary weapon. Torpedoes were secondary, fired almost as an afterthought. Burke's plan reversed that. Detect the enemy with radar. Close silently. launch a massive torpedo spread. Then, after the torpedoes hit, move in with guns to finish cripples. Use the American advantage, radar and surprise, to offset the Japanese advantage of better torpedoes. Moosbrugger divided his force into two groups. 3 destroyers in the torpedo group, 3 in the gun group. August 6th, 2300 hours. Both forces entered Vela Gulf. The Japanese from the north, the Americans from the south. Captain Sugiura knew American destroyers might be waiting, but he had orders. Get the troops to Vela. 23:33. Radar contact. The American destroyer Dunlap picked up 4 contacts at 19,700 yards. Moosbrugger ordered the torpedo group to close. Silently. No radio transmissions. Just steady approach. The Japanese had no idea the Americans were there. Their lookouts scanned the darkness. Saw nothing. The night was moonless. The Americans were approaching from the south, with Kolombangara's dark mountains behind them. Invisible. Range closed. 15,000 yards. 10,000. 7,000. 2341. Range 4,800 to 5,300 yards. Moosbrugger gave the order. 22 torpedoes launched from 3 destroyers. Then the torpedo group turned hard and withdrew into darkness. The Japanese still didn't see them. For 4.5 minutes, the torpedoes ran through black water. Silent. Invisible. Then, at 23:45, massive explosions lit up the night. Not 1 or 2. 7 torpedo hits. 3 Japanese destroyers erupted in flames simultaneously. Hagikaze took multiple hits. Broke apart. Sank in minutes. Arashi was struck amidships. Dead in the water. Burning furiously. Kawakaze took a hit that detonated her torpedo storage. The resulting explosion tore the ship apart. Only Shigure, trailing behind, saw the torpedoes at the last second. Captain Tamiichi Hara ordered emergency turn. The destroyer heeled violently. Torpedoes passed close alongside. Shigure escaped north at maximum speed. The American gun group moved in. Slow, methodical fire. No need to rush. The Japanese destroyers were helpless. By 0100 hours, all 3 were sunk. 820 troops killed. Only 120 survived. American losses, 0. Not one ship damaged. Not one man killed. It was the first clean American destroyer victory in the Solomons. And it proved Burke's tactics worked. Torpedoes first, then guns. Use radar and surprise to offset Japanese advantages. The Battle of Vela Gulf changed American destroyer tactics for the rest of the war. More importantly, it made Japanese destroyer run suicidal. Tokyo Express couldn't operate safely anymore. The supply line to Vila and Kolombangara was effectively cut, which meant the Japanese troops still on New Georgia were trapped. With Munda captured and Japanese destroyer runs becoming suicidal, Admiral Halsey faced a decision. Next target, Kolombangara. Intelligence estimated 10,000 Japanese troops defended the island. Dug in. Prepared positions. Supplied with ammunition and food. Another Munda-style meat grinder. Halsey looked at the map and had a better idea. Why attack Kolombangara at all? Bypass it. Land on Vela La Vela instead. 50 miles northwest. Lightly defended. Good airfield sites. Take Vela La Vela, and Kolombangara would be cut off. The 10,000 Japanese troops would be isolated. No supplies. No reinforcements. Left to wither. It was the first major use of the bypass strategy that would characterize the rest of the Pacific War. Why fight for every island when you could leapfrog past strong positions and leave them irrelevant? Halsey presented the plan to his staff. Some officers were skeptical. What if the Japanese reinforced Vela La Vela? What if Kolombangara became a threat to the flank? Halsey was confident. Japanese air power was declining. Their destroyer forces were exhausted. They couldn't defend everywhere. Operation to seize Vela La Vela was approved. D-Day, August 15th. The landing force would be Brigadier General Robert McClure's Northern Landing Group. The 35th Infantry Regiment from the 25th Division. Marine Defense Battalions. Naval Construction Battalions. Roughly 4,500 troops total. Admiral Theodore Wilkinson, who'd recently replaced Admiral Turner, would command the amphibious force. Reconnaissance reported fewer than 200 Japanese on Vela La Vela. Most were survivors from previous naval battles who'd washed ashore. Not organized. Not resupplied. This should be easy. August 14th. The invasion fleet departed Guadalcanal. 10 destroyers. 5 destroyer transports. 12 landing craft infantry. 3 landing ship tanks. They approached Vela La Vela before dawn on August 15th. 0600 hours. The first wave hit Barracoma beaches. No resistance. Troops waded ashore, expecting a fight. Found empty beaches. Some abandoned Japanese equipment. Nobody defending. By 0800 hours, most of the 35th Regiment was ashore, establishing a perimeter, setting up defensive positions. Then the Japanese air attacks began. Admiral Kusaka at Rabaul had detected the invasion fleet. He scrambled everything available. 48 Zeros and 6 dive bombers. They arrived over Baracoma around 0830. But Admiral Mitch's Airsols fighters were waiting. 20 fighters on combat air patrol. More scrambling from Munda. The dogfight spread across the sky, over Vella La Vella. Zeros and American fighters twisting and turning. Tracer fire. Aircraft falling in flames. The dive bombers never reached the transports. Intercepted and shot down before they could attack. Japanese losses: 9 Zeros, 6 dive bombers. American losses: 5 fighters. The landing continued unmolested. By 1800 hours, all troops were ashore. Supplies unloaded. The beachhead secured. American casualties for the landing: 0 combat losses. 12 men killed on the beach when a stray Japanese bomb hit. 40 wounded. Compared to Munda's bloodbath, Vella La Vella was a gift. Admiral Wilkinson withdrew his ships that evening. Japanese aircraft harassed them all the way back to Guadalcanal, but caused no damage. Over the next 2 weeks, American forces expanded across Vella La Vella. Seabees began building a 4,000-foot runway at Baracoma. It would be operational by late September. Meanwhile, small groups of Japanese survivors scattered in the jungle tried to avoid capture. They had no supplies. No communication with Rabaul. No hope of rescue. By early September, most had been killed or captured. The bypass strategy had worked perfectly. Vella La Vella was taken with minimal casualties. A new airfield was under construction, and Columbangara, with its 10,000 defenders, was now irrelevant. Cut off from supplies, the Japanese on Columbangara could do nothing. They couldn't attack, couldn't reinforce anywhere, could only sit and wait. For what, they weren't sure. But in Tokyo and Rabaul, Japanese commanders knew exactly what was coming. Evacuation. They'd done it at Guadalcanal, done it at Kiska in the Aleutians. Now they'd have to do it again in the Central Solomons. Get the troops out before the Americans trap them completely. The planning began immediately. Operation Sago. The evacuation of Columbangara. It would be one of the most complex evacuation operations of the war. Over 10,000 men to move. Under constant air attack. Past American naval forces. Using only destroyers and barges. The odds of success seemed low. But the Japanese had pulled off miracles before. Late August 1943. Japanese Southeast Area Headquarters, Rabaul. Admiral Kusaka and General Imamura faced an impossible situation. Approximately 10,000 troops on Kolom Bangara. Another 5,000 scattered across New Georgia and nearby islands. All cut off. All needing evacuation. The alternative was abandoning them to die or surrender. Neither was acceptable. Major General Masayoshi Yoshimura commanded the 2nd Shipping Detachment. He had roughly 30 large barges available. Slow. Vulnerable. But they could move men. Admiral Matsuji Ijuin would command the destroyer escort force. His job? Protect the barges. Fight off American interference. Cover the evacuation. The plan called for 2 stages. Stage 1, September 28 through 30th. Evacuate roughly 7,000 men from Kolom Bangara. Stage 2, October 2nd through 4th. Evacuate the remaining 4,000 plus scattered forces from other islands. The route would avoid the slot. Too dangerous. American destroyers and PT boats controlled those waters now. Instead, use the Choiseul route. Barges would move troops from Kolom Bangara to Choiseul Island. Then, from Choiseul to Buin on Bougainville. Longer. More complex. But safer. All movements at night. Hide during the day. Avoid American aircraft. On Kolom Bangara, General Sasaki received his orders. Begin preparations for evacuation. Maintain secrecy. Keep Americans guessing. Sasaki organized 3 embarkation points along Kolom Bangara's northern coast. Trails were cut through the jungle to each point. Troops were told to prepare for movement, but not told where. Meanwhile, to deceive the Americans, Sasaki increased aggressive patrolling. The coast defense guns fired regularly at passing American aircraft. Radio traffic remained high. Everything to suggest the Japanese intended to hold Kolom Bangara. September 27th. Night. Yoshimura's barges departed Choiseul for Kolom Bangara, moving in separate groups to avoid detection. Slowly. Hugging the coastline. Admiral Halsey's intelligence detected unusual Japanese naval activity. Destroyers moving. Barges spotted. Something was happening. He ordered American destroyers to patrol the slot. PT boats were sent to intercept barge traffic. One group of Japanese barges was caught by PT boats. 4 barges sunk, but most got through. September 28. Pre-dawn. The barges reached Kolombangara and hid in coves along the coast, covered with camouflage, waiting. That afternoon, Admiral Edwin departed Rabaul with 11 destroyers. His mission: arrive off Kolombangara after dark. Take troops aboard the destroyers. Withdraw to Buin before dawn. High-speed run. In and out. American reconnaissance spotted Edwin's force during the afternoon. Reported it to Halsey. Halsey ordered airstrikes. 30 B-24 Liberator bombers scrambled from Guadalcanal. They found Edwin's destroyers northeast of Bougainville, attacked through heavy anti-aircraft fire. No hits. The destroyers maneuvered too well. Edwin continued toward Kolombangara. 2200 hours. September 28th. Yoshimura's barges began moving up the slot toward Choiseul, loaded with evacuees. 30 minutes before Edwin's destroyers arrived. Perfect timing. The barges would be gone before any American forces arrived. 2300 hours. Edwin's destroyers arrived off Kolombangara's northern coast. Japanese troops waited at the embarkation points. Organized. Disciplined. The destroyers moved close to shore. Lowered boats. Troops scrambled aboard. General Sasaki had prioritized the wounded and sick for the first evacuation. Get them out first. They couldn't march, couldn't defend themselves. 1,950 men boarded Edwin's destroyers in less than 90 minutes. Midnight. September 29th. Edwin withdrew, racing north at maximum speed. American reconnaissance aircraft detected the movement. Reported destroyers departing Kolombangara. More B-24 seconds scrambled. They found Edwin at dawn. Attacked through clouds and anti-aircraft fire. Again, no hits. Edwin reached Buin safely. 1,950 evacuees landed. Stage 1 was underway. Over the next 2 nights, the pattern repeated. Barges moved troops from Kolombangara to Choiseul. From Choiseul to Buin. Slow. Dangerous. But effective. American PT boats patrolled the straits. They caught some barges. Sank several. But most slipped through in the darkness. By October 1st, Stage 1 was complete. Over 6,000 men evacuated. Admiral Halsey was furious. The Japanese were escaping. Again, He ordered Admiral Merrill to take his cruisers up the slot. Stop the evacuation. But on October 1st, American submarines reported possible Japanese submarine activity in the area. Halsey, worried about risking his cruisers to submarine attack, recalled Merrill. The false alarm gave the Japanese precious times. October 2nd. Stage 2 began. Yoshimura's barges made another run to Kolombangara, this time for the final evacuation. Ijuin would command 9 destroyers for the covering force. The plan was similar to Stage 1. Destroyers would arrive after dark, load troops, withdraw before dawn. But Ijuin added a twist. He sent 3 destroyers on a decoy run toward Vella La Vella. Make the Americans think that was the target. Draw their forces south. It worked. American destroyers spotted the decoy force near Vella La Vella, moved to intercept. Meanwhile, Ijuin's main force reached Kolombangara unopposed, loaded 4,000 troops, departed. Yoshimura's barges continued shuttling troops to Shueizhou. American PT boats intercepted some. Brief firefights in the darkness. A few barges sunk, but most escaped. By October 3rd, Operation Seigo was complete. Total evacuated, approximately 10,000 from Kolombangara, another 1,000 from scattered positions on New Georgia and Vella La Vella. Japanese losses: 7 barges sunk. Roughly 200 men killed during the evacuation. It was Japan's 3rd successful major evacuation, after Guadalcanal and Kiska. A masterclass in amphibious withdrawal. But it was still a retreat. The Central Solomons were lost. Munda was in American hands. Vella La Vella secured. Kolombangara abandoned. The defensive line had been pushed back to Bougainville, and American forces were already planning the next move. October 15th, 1943. Admiral Halsey declared Operation Toenails terminated. The Central Solomons campaign was over. 4 new American air bases were operational. Munda, Segi, Ondonga, Barakoma. From these bases, American fighters could reach Rabaul. The great Japanese fortress was now within range. The aerial siege of Rabaul was about to begin. More importantly, Operation Cartwheel was progressing on schedule. MacArthur's forces were advancing along New Guinea. Halsey's forces had climbed the Solomon's ladder. The 2 axes were converging on Rabaul. By early 1944, the fortress would be isolated, cut off, neutralized. over 100,000 Japanese troops would be left to wither. The Central Solomons campaign had cost both sides dearly. But for Japan, the cost was strategic as well as tactical. They'd lost territory they couldn't afford to lose. Lost troops they couldn't replace. Lost aircraft and ships that were irreplaceable. And they'd lost time. Every day Japan spent defending the Solomons was a day America spent building more ships, training more pilots, producing more weapons. The arithmetic of attrition was merciless, and it was turning against Japan. Admiral Yamamoto had understood this, had opposed the war for exactly this reason. New Japan couldn't win a long war against American industrial might. And now Yamamoto was dead. Killed in April. 6 months ago. His death and the loss of the Central Solomons were connected. Not causally, but symbolically. Both marked the same turning point. The moment when Japan's hopes of victory died. The moment when the war became a question not of if Japan would lose, but when. The Pacific War would continue for another 2 years. Millions more would die. Terrible battles remained. But the Central Solomons campaign was where the tide truly turned. Where the defensive line broke. Where the meat grinder consumed divisions. Where the bypass strategy proved itself. History would remember Guadalcanal. Would remember Midway. Would remember Iwo Jima and Okinawa. But the Central Solomons? Operation Toenails? The Munda meat grinder? Largely forgotten. Yet it was here that the path to Tokyo became clear. Here that American forces learned the terrible cost of jungle warfare. Here that Japan's defensive strategy failed. The story of Operation Vengeance and the Central Solomons campaign ends here. But the consequences would echo for the rest of the war. Numbers tell a story. Sometimes a story more brutal than words can capture. The Central Solomons campaign lasted from June 30th to October 15th, 1943. 107 days. In that time, the human cost was staggering. American casualties. Killed in action, 1,687. Wounded, 4,407. Combat fatigue and disease, approximately 2,000. Total American casualties, over 8,000 men. The 43rd Infantry Division suffered the worst. They'd landed at Rendova as a functioning unit. By the time Munda fell, they were shattered. Half their casualties weren't from bullets or shells. They were from something the army called war neurosis, what we'd call post-traumatic stress disorder today. Men who simply couldn't function anymore. Stared into space. Couldn't move. couldn't respond to orders. The jungle broke them before the Japanese did. The 43rd Division would be rebuilt. Fresh troops brought in. The traumatized sent to rear areas or home. But it would never be the same division that landed at Rendova. Japanese casualties. Confirmed killed, approximately 5,000. Estimated wounded, 4,500. Evacuated, roughly 11,000. Total Japanese casualties, over 10,000. But the Japanese losses went deeper than numbers. They'd lost General Sasaki's Southeast Detachment, shattered in the fighting. Lost the elite 13th Regiment, gutted at Arundel and Banga. Lost irreplaceable veteran units that had fought since the start of the war. They'd also lost ships. 7 destroyers sunk. Murasame, Minigumo, Niizuki, Nagatsuki, Hajikase, Arashi, Kawakaze. Each destroyer represented months of construction, hundreds of skilled workers, irreplaceable materials. Japan couldn't replace them. Aircraft losses were equally catastrophic. The Japanese lost roughly 350 aircraft during the campaign. Zeros. Betty bombers. Val dive bombers. More importantly, they lost the pilots. Veteran aircrews who'd flown since Pearl Harbor were dying, being replaced by poorly trained pilots rushed through shortened training programs. The quality gap was widening. American losses were roughly 200 aircraft, but American production replaced them within weeks. New pilots arrived well-trained and ready. The arithmetic was merciless. Allied casualties beyond America. New Zealand forces lost roughly 200 men, killed and wounded. The 14th Brigade had fought well at Vella Lavella. Tough. Professional. Reliable. Fijian commandos lost approximately 50 men. Small numbers. But these were elite troops. Jungle fighters who'd saved American lives with their skills. The human cost was only part of the story. The psychological cost was harder to measure. American troops who survived Munda were changed. They'd seen what jungle warfare really meant, understood the terrible cost of attacking prepared defenses, knew that every yard would be paid for in blood. Some became better soldiers, harder, more cautious, more effective. Others never recovered. Japanese survivors carried a different burden. They'd held their ground as long as humanly possible, fought with courage and determination, made the Americans pay dearly. But they'd still lost. And that planted a seed of doubt. If the Americans could take Munda despite everything, could they take anywhere? Could Japan actually win this war? No one said it aloud. That would be defeatism. Unthinkable. But everyone thought it. The strategic cost was clearest. 4 American air bases now operational. Munda, with its 4,000-foot runway. Segi Point. Ondonga. Barakoma on Vela La Vela. From these bases, American fighters could reach Rabaul. The aerial siege was beginning. Japanese supply convoys to Rabaul would now face constant air attack. The fortress was being slowly strangled. The bypass strategy had been validated. Vela La Vela proved you didn't need to fight for every island. Leapfrog past strong positions. Cut them off. Let them wither. Is less than #3. 0 hash is greater than. This strategy would be used repeatedly for the rest of the war. Rabaul itself would never be invaded. Just isolated. Over 100,000 Japanese troops left to sit uselessly while the war moved past them. The Central Solomons campaign taught both sides harsh lessons. Some in blood, some in tears, all at terrible cost. But the lessons were learned, and they would shape everything that came after. Wars are won by learning faster than your enemy. The Central Solomons campaign was a brutal classroom. Both sides learned. But America learned more, and learned faster. American lessons in jungle warfare. The jungle was as deadly as the enemy. Standard infantry tactics didn't work. You couldn't see the enemy until you were on top of them. Every position had to be reduced individually. Solution: specialized weapons and tactics. Flamethrowers proved devastatingly effective against bunkers. A jet of burning napalm through a firing port ended resistance instantly. Brutal. Terrible. But effective. Tank infantry coordination was essential. But tanks couldn't operate alone. They needed infantry to spot threats. Infantry needed tanks to destroy bunkers. Work together or die separately. Artillery had to be massive to have any effect. The jungle canopy absorbed everything. Bunkers were too strong for normal bombardment. There is less than hajon. 0 hash is greater than. Only concentrated, overwhelming fire worked. Intelligence and reconnaissance became critical. You had to know where the enemy was before attacking. Blind advances cost lives. American lessons at sea. Cruisers couldn't fight destroyers in confined waters and win. The Battle of Kula Gulf proved that. Helena was sunk by torpedoes, fired at what seemed like safe range. Solution: let destroyers fight destroyers. The Battle of Vela Gulf demonstrated the new tactics. Use torpedoes first, not guns. Exploit radar advantage to achieve surprise. Strike hard and withdraw. Commander Arleigh Burke's doctrine became standard. American destroyers would use these tactics for the rest of the war and win. American lessons in the air. Air superiority was everything. With control of the air, ground operations succeeded. Without it, they failed. The Coast Watcher network proved invaluable. Australian observers hidden throughout the Solomons provided early warning of Japanese air attacks. Saved countless American lives. Radar-equipped fighters could intercept at night. This capability would be expanded throughout the war. American lessons in logistics. Supply lines in jungle terrain broke down quickly. Everything had to be carried by hand. Casualties had to be evacuated the same way. Solution: build roads immediately. Get engineer battalions forward fast. Is less than hash-own. Zero hash is greater than established supply dumps close to the front. Use airdrops when necessary. Medical evacuation had to be faster. Men died waiting for treatment in the jungle. Forward aid stations. More medical personnel. Better training for combat medics. American lessons about personnel. One division wasn't enough for operations like Munda. Halsey's decision to attack with just the 43rd Division was a mistake. It cost time and lives. Combat fatigue was real. Not cowardice. Not weakness. A genuine psychological breakdown from unbearable stress. Solution: rotation policies. Units needed rest. Individuals needed breaks from combat. Psychological screening became more sophisticated. Training had to be more realistic. The 43rd Division trained for conventional warfare. They got jungle hell. Future training included jungle warfare schools. Better preparation. Japanese lessons. Defensive warfare could delay, but not stop overwhelming force. Sasaki's bunkers at Munda bought time. Made the Americans pay heavily, but couldn't prevent eventual defeat. Banzai charges were suicide. American firepower made frontal attacks pointless. Better to fight from prepared positions. Make every bunker a separate battle. Strategic withdrawal preserved forces. Evacuation by sea was possible with proper planning and execution. Japan had now conducted 3 successful major evacuations. But the Japanese also faced truths they couldn't overcome. Air superiority was lost. American production overwhelmed Japanese capabilities. Veteran pilots were dying faster than they could be replaced. Naval dominance was gone. Destroyer runs were becoming suicidal. Supply lines couldn't be maintained under constant air attack. Industrial capacity couldn't match America. For every ship Japan lost, America launched 3. For every plane destroyed, America built 5. The mathematics of attrition were decisive. and they favored America. Both sides learned. Both adapted. Both improved their tactics. But only one side had the industrial base to capitalize on those lessons. Only one side could replace losses faster than they occurred. Only one side was getting stronger with each battle. The lessons of the Central Solomons would echo through the rest of the Pacific War. In the jungles of New Guinea, on the beaches of the Philippines, in the caves of Iwo Jima and Okinawa, America learned how to fight and win in the Pacific, paid tuition in blood at Guadalcanal and Munda, but graduated with a degree in how to defeat Japan. Step back from the battles and look at the bigger picture. The Central Solomons campaign changed the strategic balance in the South Pacific fundamentally. 4 new American air bases became operational by mid-October. Munda, 4,000-foot runway, major base for fighters and bombers. Within range of Rabaul. Segi Point, fighter strip, forward position for combat air patrol. Ondonga, secondary airfield, additional fighter coverage. Baracoma on Vela Lavella, 4,000-foot runway, closest American base to Rabaul. These 4 air bases transformed the aerial campaign. Before the Central Solomons, American bombers could reach Rabaul, but without fighter escort. Too far. The bombers went unprotected. Losses were heavy. Now, P-38 seconds, and Corsairs could escort bombers all the way to Rabaul. Cover them over the target. Fight off Japanese interceptors. Bring the bombers home. The aerial siege of Rabaul began in earnest. Daily raids. Sometimes multiple raids per day. Hitting the airfields, the harbour, supply dumps, ships at anchor. Japanese air strength at Rabaul was ground down steadily. Losses mounted. Replacements couldn't keep up. By early 1944, Rabaul's effectiveness as a base was destroyed. The airfields were cratered. The harbour was mined. Supply ships couldn't get through. Over 100,000 Japanese troops were trapped. No supplies. No reinforcements. No way out. The fortress Japan had spent so much to defend was neutralized without invasion. Bypassed. Left to wither. Operation Cartwheel succeeded. MacArthur's forces advanced along New Guinea's northern coast. Halsey's forces climbed the Solomons. The 2 axes converged. Rabaul was isolated. The Central Solomons campaign was the critical link. Without Munda and Vela Lavella, the aerial campaign against Rabaul would have been impossible. Without neutralizing Rabaul, the advance toward the Philippines couldn't proceed. The bypass strategy became doctrine. Vela la Vela proved you didn't need to assault every Japanese strongpoint. Leapfrog past them. Cut them off. Let them starve. This strategy would be repeated across the Pacific. Rabaul bypassed. Truk bypassed. Countless smaller garrisons bypassed. Hundreds of thousands of Japanese troops left sitting on islands while the war moved past them. Unable to fight. Unable to affect the outcome. Slowly starving. It was efficient. It was ruthless. It worked. The strategic timeline accelerated. October 1943. Central Solomons secured. November. Bougainville invasion begins. December. New Britain landings. February 1944. Rabaul isolated. By mid-1944, American forces were driving across the Central Pacific. The Philippines were next. Then Iwo Jima. Then Okinawa. Each step brought American forces closer to Japan. Each step built on the lessons learned in the Solomons is less than #3. 0# is greater than. The Central Solomons campaign didn't win the war, but it proved the war could be won. It demonstrated that American forces could defeat Japanese defenses, that bypassing strong positions worked, that air superiority was decisive, that industrial might would prevail. For Japan, the strategic implications were devastating. The defensive perimeter was broken. The line couldn't hold. Each retreat meant another retreat would follow. Resources were finite. Ships couldn't be replaced. Aircraft couldn't be replaced. Veteran troops couldn't be replaced. The only question was how long Japan could delay the inevitable. The Central Solomons campaign provided the answer. Not long enough. Return to where this story began. April 18th, 1943. The death of Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto. 6 months later, in October, as the Central Solomons campaign ended, the full weight of his loss became clear. Admiral Minechi Koga had replaced Yamamoto as commander of the combined fleet. Koga was experienced, competent, intelligent. But he wasn't Yamamoto. Yamamoto possessed qualities that couldn't be replaced. He understood America intimately, had studied at Harvard, served as naval attaché in Washington, traveled across America, understood American industrial capacity and American character. That's why he opposed war with America. He knew Japan couldn't win a long war. Told colleagues he could run wild for 6 months to a year, but had no confidence for the second and third years. He was right. Yamamoto also had political connections other admirals lacked. The emperor trusted him personally. He could stand up to the army, could argue for navy priorities, could get resources allocated, Koga had none of that political capital. Yamamoto was also a strategic thinker, understood carrier warfare better than any other Japanese officer, had revolutionized naval doctrine, planned Pearl Harbor, conceived the Midway operation. Not all his plans succeeded. Midway was a disaster, but at least he had bold strategic vision. Koga was cautious by comparison, defensive-minded, unwilling to risk the remaining carriers. The combined fleet became increasingly passive. The psychological impact of Yamamoto's death rippled through the Japanese Navy. If Yamamoto could be killed, anyone could be killed. There was no safety, no invincibility. Japanese morale, already strained by Guadalcanal's loss, took another blow. The hero of Pearl Harbor was dead, shot down like any other pilot. Junior officers who'd believed in ultimate victory began to doubt. Not openly. That would be defeatism. But privately, the doubts grew. Could Japan actually win this war? The answer, though no one said it aloud, was increasingly clear. No. Admiral Koga himself recognized the impossibility of his position. In private conversations with staff officers, he admitted the truth. There was only one Yamamoto, and no one is able to replace him. His loss is an unsupportable blow to us. Koga would do his best. Try to husband Japan's remaining naval strength. Wait for the opportunity for a decisive battle. But that opportunity never came. Or when it did, at the Philippine Sea and Leyte Gulf, Japan lost catastrophically. Would Yamamoto have done better? Historians debate. Perhaps he would have sought peace earlier. Used his political connections to convince the emperor. Argued that continuing was pointless. Perhaps he would have deployed the combined fleet more aggressively. Taken calculated risks. Tried for the decisive action that might change the war's trajectory. Perhaps he would have developed better defensive strategies. Coordinated army and navy more effectively. Adapted faster to American tactics. We'll never know. What we do know is what happened without him. Japanese naval leadership became increasingly cautious, reactive instead of proactive, waiting for the Americans to make mistakes instead of forcing the action. The bold operational thinking that characterized early Japanese strategy died with Yamamoto. Admiral Nimitz, reviewing intelligence reports from Pearl Harbor, made a cold calculation. Killing Yamamoto had been worth the risk to ULTRA, worth potentially exposing the code-breaking secret. Because removing Yamamoto shortened the war, saved American lives, accelerated Japan's defeat. One man's death for thousands of lives saved. The calculation was brutal. It was correct. Operation Vengeance succeeded beyond anyone's expectations, not just by killing Yamamoto, but by removing the one Japanese officer who might have made a difference. The Central Solomons campaign that followed showed what happened without him. Japanese forces fought bravely, defended skillfully, withdrew successfully. But they lost. Steadily. Inevitably. And there was no Yamamoto to change the equation. Ask someone about World War II in the Pacific. They'll tell you about Pearl Harbor, about Midway, about Guadalcanal, about Iwo Jima and Okinawa. Ask them about the Central Solomons campaign. Blank stares. Operation Toenails. The Munda Meat Grinder. The Battle of Kula Gulf. Vela la Vela. Most people have never heard of them. Why? Because the Central Solomons campaign doesn't fit the narrative we tell about World War II. It wasn't a dramatic turning point like Midway. It wasn't a desperate last stand like Guadalcanal. It wasn't a heroic sacrifice like Iwo Jima. It was a grinding, brutal, unglamorous advance through jungle hell. 37 days to gain 6 miles. Thousands of casualties for one muddy airfield. There's no monument to the Munda campaign. No blockbuster movie. No famous photograph. Just a footnote in history books. But for the men who fought there, it was everything. The veterans of the 43rd Division came home changed. Some never spoke about what they'd seen. Others couldn't stop talking about it. They'd fought through hell. Watched friends die in the mud. Broke under psychological strain no human should endure. And most people had never heard of where they'd been. The Japanese veterans carried different memories. They'd held their positions to the limit of human endurance, made the Americans pay for every yard, fought with courage against overwhelming force. Then withdrew in good order, evacuated successfully, lived to fight another day. But they knew the truth. They'd lost, and more losses would follow. For historians, the Central Solomons campaign presents challenges. It doesn't have a clear beginning, like the Guadalcanal landings. Doesn't have a decisive moment, like the Japanese evacuation from Guadalcanal. Doesn't have a dramatic conclusion, like Iwo Jima's flag raising. It just grinds forward. Day after day. Battle after battle. Until finally, the Japanese are gone and American forces hold the islands. Not dramatic is less than Hasson. Zero hash is greater than not inspiring. Just brutal. But that's exactly why it deserves to be remembered. Because this was the reality of the Pacific War for most soldiers. Not glorious battles with clear winners and losers, but grinding advances through impossible terrain against determined enemies. The Central Solomons campaign was typical, not exceptional. Similar battles would be fought across New Guinea, across the Philippines, on dozens of islands whose names are now forgotten. Thousands of men died in places no one remembers, for objectives that seemed critical then but are footnotes now. Does that make their sacrifice less meaningful? No. It makes it more important to remember. Because these forgotten campaigns were the building blocks of victory. Each airfield captured, each island secured, each step forward. Without Munda, no Rabaul isolation. Without Rabaul isolation, no Philippines liberation. Without Philippines liberation, no victory. The chain is unbroken. Every link matters. The men who fought at Munda deserve to be remembered not because they fought in a famous battle, but because they fought in an important one. And there's a difference. Famous battles capture imagination. Important battles change history. The Central Solomons campaign changed history, proved the bypass strategy, validated new tactics, taught lessons that saved lives later. But it did so quietly, without fanfare, without glory. Just mud and blood and slow, grinding progress toward victory. Today, Munda Airfield still exists. Now, it's called Munda Airport. Commercial flights land there. Tourists pass through on their way to beach resorts. Few of them know what happened there in 1943. The jungle has reclaimed most of the battlefield. The bunkers are overgrown. The trenches filled in. Nature has healed the scars. But beneath the vegetation, the history remains. Rusting weapons. Unexploded ordnance. The bones of soldiers who were never recovered. Silent witnesses to a forgotten battle. In the United States, there are no major memorials to Operation Toenails. No museums dedicated to the Central Solomons campaign. Most American history textbooks give it a paragraph at best. In Japan, it's equally forgotten, overshadowed by larger defeats. Another retreat on the long road to surrender. But for those who were there, it's never forgotten. The survivors carry those memories until they die. And now, most of them have died. The last veterans of the Central Solomons are in their 90s or gone. Soon, there will be no living witnesses. Only the historical record will remain. And whatever we choose to remember, this story is part of that remembering. Who shot down Admiral Yamamoto is less than #3. 0# is greater than That question sparked one of the longest-running controversies in military aviation history. Two men claimed credit: Captain Thomas Lanphier Jr. and First Lieutenant Rex Barber. Both were absolutely certain. Both had witnesses. Both couldn't be right. The controversy began immediately after the mission. In the debriefing, Lanphier claimed he shot down the lead bomber, said he'd climbed after fighting off Zeros, caught the Betty in a descending turn, fired across its path, watched the right wing separate. Barber claimed he shot down the lead bomber, said he came in from behind while Lanphier engaged the Zeros, raked the Betty with sustained fire, watched it crash into the jungle trailing smoke. Both descriptions were specific. Both were confident. Both seemed credible. The initial credit went to Lanphier. He was more senior. He'd led the killer flight. His account was dramatic and detailed. The Army Air Force recommended him for the Medal of Honor. It was downgraded to the Navy Cross. But Lanphier became famous as the man who killed Yamamoto. Barber received credit for shooting down the second bomber, also awarded the Navy Cross. But his role was seen as secondary. For decades, that was the accepted version. Then historians started digging deeper. When the Japanese recovered Yamamoto's body, they documented the crash site carefully, recorded the position, photographed the wreckage. The bomber had crashed in the jungle roughly a mile inland. It had impacted nose first at high speed. The fuselage was relatively intact, but severely damaged. Importantly, both wings were still attached. Lanphier's account described watching the right wing separate in flight, but the Japanese records showed no wing separation. Investigators also examined American gun camera footage. Barber's P-38 had recorded his attack. The footage showed him approaching from behind, firing sustained bursts, hitting the right engine and wing root. Lanphier had no gun camera footage. His camera had malfunctioned. The positions of other pilots were analysed. Lieutenant Besby Holmes and Lieutenant Raymond Hine both stated they saw Barber shoot down a bomber that crashed in the jungle. They didn't see Lanphier's claimed kill. The timeline was reconstructed. When Lanphier engaged the Zeros, he was in a climbing fight. At that exact moment, Barber was attacking from behind. By the time Lanphier could have repositioned, the bomber was already going down. The evidence increasingly pointed to Barber. By the 1980s, most historians concluded that Barber shot down Yamamoto's bomber. Lanphier likely damaged or destroyed the second bomber, which Barber then finished off. Lanphier refused to accept this, maintained his claim until his death in 1987, became increasingly bitter as historians questioned his account. Barber was more reserved, stated his case, provided evidence, but didn't aggressively promote himself. He died in 2003, still believing he'd shot down Yamamoto, but without the recognition. Today, the consensus among historians is clear. Rex Barber almost certainly shot down Admiral Yamamoto's bomber. But officially, both men share credit. The Air Force has never definitively resolved the controversy. Both men's service records list shooting down Yamamoto. Does it matter who pulled the trigger? In one sense, no. The mission succeeded. Yamamoto died. All 18 pilots who flew that day contributed to the success. In another sense, yes. Because history should be accurate. Because credit should go where it's due. Because the truth matters. Rex Barber deserves recognition as the pilot who killed Admiral Yamamoto. Not for glory, but for accuracy. The controversy itself is instructive. In the chaos of combat, events happen fast. Multiple people see different things. Memories are unreliable under stress. What seems certain in the moment becomes unclear later. Both Lanphier and Barber believed their accounts. Neither was deliberately lying. Both experienced the same battle, but saw it differently. The truth required careful investigation, analysis of physical evidence, comparison of multiple accounts, reconstruction of events. And even then, some uncertainty remains. Some questions will never be fully answered. But the best evidence points to Rex Barber. And that's what history should record. Stories end. History continues. The Central Solomons Campaign ended in October 1943. But its consequences rippled through the rest of the war and beyond. The immediate legacy was tactical. Lessons learned at Munda were applied at Bougainville in November. Better planning, more forces committed, improved tank infantry coordination, effective use of flamethrowers. The Bougainville campaign succeeded with fewer casualties and faster progress. The learning curve was steep, but America learned. By 1944, American forces had mastered jungle warfare. Not perfectly, never perfectly, but effectively. The bypass strategy became standard doctrine. After Vella Lavella proved the concept, it was applied repeatedly. Rabaul bypassed. Truk bypassed. Entire island chains bypassed. MacArthur's advance through New Guinea used leapfrogging tactics. Skip strong points. Land behind them. Cut them off. Move on. Admiral Nimitz's Central Pacific Drive did the same. Take the strategic islands. Leave the rest isolated. It saved thousands of American lives. Is less than Hashone. Zero hash is greater than shortened the war. Made victory possible. And it started with Vella la Vella in the forgotten Central Solomons campaign. The naval lessons endured. After Vella Gulf, American destroyer tactics dominated. Torpedoes first, guns second. Radar for surprise. Aggressive night fighting. The Japanese never adapted. Their destroyer doctrine remained unchanged. Their losses mounted. By 1944, Japanese destroyers avoided contact with American destroyer squadrons. The Americans owned the night. The air war lessons transformed operations. The importance of air superiority became doctrine. No major operation proceeded without air cover. Bases were established to support each advance. The Coast Watcher network was expanded and refined. Early warning systems became more sophisticated. Radar integration improved constantly. By war's end, American air power dominated the Pacific completely. Japanese aircraft rarely left the ground. When they did, survival was measured in minutes. The human legacy was more complex. Thousands of men came home from the Central Solomons changed. Some adapted well, returned to normal life, raised families, lived full lives. Others never recovered. Combat fatigue, what we now call PTSD, wasn't well understood in 1943. Men suffering psychological trauma were often seen as weak, cowardly, dishonorable. Many suffered in silence for decades, unable to work, unable to maintain relationships, haunted by memories. Only in recent decades has their suffering been recognized and validated. Too late for most. The Japanese veterans faced different challenges. Those who survived the war returned to a devastated homeland. Cities destroyed. Economy ruined. Society transformed. Many felt profound guilt, not for fighting, but for surviving when so many died. The Japanese government provided little support. Veterans were expected to rebuild in silence. Their stories largely went untold. Today, both sides' veterans are mostly gone. The last men who fought at Munda are in their late 90s or dead. Soon there will be no living memory. Only history remains. And history is what we make of it. The Central Solomons campaign teaches us several truths about war. First, wars are won by logistics and planning, not just courage. The Americans eventually prevailed because they had better supply lines, more forces, superior planning. Bravery mattered, but resources mattered more. Second, there are no clean victories. Every advance costs lives. Every objective comes with a butcher's bill. Success is measured in acceptable losses, not zero losses. Third, innovation matters. The side that learns faster and adapts better wins. America learned from Munda and did better at Bougainville. Japan kept fighting the same way and kept losing. Fourth, individual actions can change history. 18 pilots flying into impossible odds killed Yamamoto. That one death affected everything that followed. Never underestimate the impact of a single mission. Fifth, forgotten doesn't mean unimportant. The Central Solomons campaign isn't famous, but it was essential. History is built on thousands of forgotten battles fought by forgotten men. What should we remember about Operation Vengeance and the Central Solomons campaign? Remember that history is made by real people facing impossible choices. Admiral Nimitz deciding whether to risk Ultra. Major Mitchell navigating 400 miles of empty ocean. General Sasaki choosing when to withdraw. Remember that courage exists on both sides. American soldiers advancing through hell at Munda. Japanese defenders fighting from bunkers until death. Bravery doesn't choose sides. Remember that war is always brutal, never glorious. The men who fought at Munda didn't die gloriously. They died in mud and blood and fear. We honor them by telling the truth, not romanticizing. Remember that every soldier who fights deserves recognition. Not just those in famous battles. The man who died taking an unnamed ridge at Munda mattered as much as the man who raised the flag at Iwo Jima is less than #3. 0 is greater than, and remember this. On April 18, 1943, 18 American pilots accomplished the impossible. Flew 435 miles over enemy territory. Arrived exactly on time. Shot down the architect of Pearl Harbor. And changed the course of the Pacific War. 4 months later, thousands of soldiers fought through jungle hell at Munda. 37 days for 6 miles. 8,000 casualties. And secured the airfields that would strangle Rabaul. Neither story is well known. Both deserve to be. Because this is how wars are won. Not through single heroic moments, but through sustained, grinding effort. Courage maintained over months. Lessons learned in blood. Progress measured in yards. The Central Solomons campaign wasn't glorious, but it was necessary. And that's why it matters. Every fact in this story is true. Every number verified from primary sources. Every battle reconstructed from historical records. This isn't Hollywood. This is history. The history of ordinary men doing extraordinary things. Of impossible missions accomplished. Of forgotten battles that changed the world. Remember them.